the meeting. I'd like to remind members that under the current procedure, this meeting is being live streamed on the council website and recorded for the archives. Can I ask all members, except cabinet members and group leaders, to please ensure your mics and cameras are turned off until you're invited to speak. Should you wish to speak, could you please indicate by using the hand function at the top of your screen. However, if this facility isn't available, could you raise your hand? If you're using a telephone, please indicate verbally that you wish to speak when appropriate. With regard on voting on recommendations, if there's no dissent to the recommendation, I will accept the silence as agreement. However, if a vote would be required, it's my intention that all members will be asked individually for their vote. During the meeting, if you have any technical difficulties, please let the Democratic Services Officer know as soon as possible. And please can I remind officers and councillors that we respect each other in meetings and we do not make personal comments about other councillors. Thank you. Right, agenda item 1, apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies?
I don't have any apologies there.
Thank you very much. Now, have the roll call of members, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Starting with Councillor Julie Aviat.
Present, and I'd like to declare a personal interest in agenda items 8F and I and 10G and K, as I am a council tenant.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent Bailey.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Rhiannon Birch.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Jonathan Bird.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Bronwyn Brooks.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Liz Burnett.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor George Carroll.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Christine Cave.
Present, and I'd like to make a declaration on agenda item 8L, as I am eligible to pay non-domestic rates, and I will abstain from voting on this issue.
Thank you. Councillor Janice Charles.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Millie Collins.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Jeff Cox.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Robert Crowley. Councillor Crowley with us this evening. I'll come back in case Mr. Councillor Crowley's late. Councillor Andrew R.T. Davis.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Pamela Drake.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Vince Driscoll.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Stuart Edwards.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Ben Gray.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Owen Griffiths.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Stephen Griffiths.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Tony Hampton. Councillor Hampton with us? Okay, I'll come back. Councillor Sally Hanks.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Nick Hodges.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Hunter Jarvie.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Gwyn John.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Ian Johnson.
Presennol, I didn't believe that gan.
Councillor Gordon Kemp.
Present, and I'll declare an interest in agenda item 8B in that my daughter is an employee of the authority, but I have a dispensation to speak and vote on matters.
Thank you. Councillor Peter King.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Kevin Marnie.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Catherine McCaffer.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Anne Moore.
Present, and I'd like to declare on agenda item 8B, pay policy, that my daughter works for the council, but I have a dispensation to stay, vote and speak.
Thank you. Councillor Neil Moore.
Yes, the same declaration and present, and I have a declaration on 8B, pay policy. My daughter works for the authority, and I have dispensation to remain in the meeting to speak and to vote.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Morgan.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Jane Norman.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Rachel Nugent-Finn.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Andrew Parker.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Bob Penrose.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Sandra Perks.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Andrew Robertson.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Ruba Sivanianam.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor John Thomas.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Neil Thomas.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Steffan William.
Presennol a dim byd i'w ddatgan.
Councillor Margaret Wilkinson.
Present, I would like to declare in 8B pay policy. I have family that work for the authority and I have dispensation. I can vote and take part, and I'd like to declare 8F. I'm a council tenant, and 10K, council tenant.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eddie Williams.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Mark Wilson.
Present and nothing to declare.
And Councillor Margarita Wright. Councillor Wright? No, I'll just go back. Councillor Robert Crowley? No, okay. And Councillor Tony Hampton? No. Okay, that concludes the roll call. Thank you, Mayor.
Very much. We go on to item 3, which is to approve the minutes of the meetings held on the 6th of December, 24th of January, 24th of January.
Yes, Mayor. Can I move on block the 3A, B and C as a true record, please?
And can I formally second, Mayor?
That's accepted. Moving on to item 4. Receive any announcements from the Mayor? I have very few to make, as due to COVID, obviously there's not a lot going on. But I think the leader would like to make a statement, which I will comment on afterwards.
Thank you, Mayor. Indeed, I would. I think it would be wrong of me not to make some comment about the war that's occurring in Ukraine, a democratic European society, a sovereign state and a country in its own right with a democratically elected government. The abhorrent invasion of Ukraine by Russian forces on the instructions of Vladimir Putin was an unprovoked act of war, which continues to escalate, as does the dire humanitarian crisis, which has resulted in the displacement of more than 1.5 million people. The shock, horror and despair that has been suffered by the Ukrainian people will be marked as the greatest humanitarian crisis on our continent since World War II. We must all reiterate our unequivocal solidarity for the Ukrainians and others displaced in the face of Putin's aggression, some of whom are bravely resisting this attack on their sovereignty, independence, and the right to self-determination. Such a crisis also demonstrates the way in which other European nations have mobilized in terms of support and assistance, particularly the selfless manner in which they have not faltered in providing sanctuary to those fleeing the consequences of this unwarranted invasion. We must all pay tribute to the brave Russian students and young people who have been bravely protesting across the Russian Federation. They are the real future of Russia, and I salute them for their stance against the Kremlin. Here in Vale may seem very far away from the crisis, but I'm already aware that there are people who are asking what we can do and asking if we will be supporting any refugee plans that may be put in place. The simple answer is yes. And we have done, as we have done with other refugees who need shelter, support and solace. As a nation of sanctuary, we stand ready to welcome people who need and want to leave Ukraine at this critical time. The Home Office has been asked to make it easier to escape to Britain, given the number of people massing on the Ukraine borders and beyond. The Home Office has already created a global UK resettlement scheme some 12 months ago. So the policy mechanism exists to potentially receive evacuees or refugees. Some of who I'm sure will want to return home, as I would, should things stabilise. But moving forward, I've already had discussions with the Welsh Government, local authority leaders and the WLGA, and support is being coordinated across the local government family. I'd like to also say a word on the issue of aid and support. And although I understand the desire we feel to do all we can to help the Ukrainian people, I would encourage anyone who is able to help to consider making a financial donation. This can be done through the British Red Cross, UNICEF UK, or the Disaster Emergency Committee, and that's easily found by going online at www.dec.org.uk. So www.dec.org.uk. And that represents about 15 major aid charities. It's very, very simple. And I would encourage everybody to do that, particularly as you can also tick the box for gift aid. So that, for example, if you give £100, then automatically £25 also goes in there. So that's an increase that is not from your pocket, from our UK government, and it's the right thing to do. But allocating the funds in this way will ensure that the targeted support reaches those who need it as quickly and as efficiently as possible, rather than by donating goods. These are certainly dark days, which I'd not hoped to see in my lifetime, but this brings into focus the reasons why in Europe, twinning arrangements and diplomacy exists between European people and their countries, and which ensures stable, peaceful and safe environments to work, live and raise your families. Something which I would never see in my lifetime. I also need to emphasize that although our thoughts are with the Ukrainian people, and I think this is important, we must also remember that our valued community members of Ukraine, Russia and Belarus are living in Wales. And indeed, we have many within our own community. And we must ensure that the words and actions to protect their safety too. So we have to make sure their words are not, that we have to make sure that they are safe here, because after all, they're innocent as well as anybody else who lives here, and not target aggression to those who have no influence on Putin's Russian aggression. Finally, thank you for listening, but I will ensure that our website and media channels will keep everyone informed if there are any announcements from the UK government or anything else which may be able to help those in Ukraine and help those who wish to support those people within Ukraine. So, Madam Mayor, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Leader. And I wish to reiterate and support everything the Leader has said. Right, moving on.
Mayor, Councillor Carroll has got his hand up to speak.
Carroll, I do apologise.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to associate myself with everything that the Leader said. I think he put it very well. It's an absolutely appalling situation we're seeing in Ukraine. And as the Leader rightly said, this is not Russia's war. This is Putin's war. He's responsible for it. I'm very reassured to hear the Leader's comments about support that the authority will be making. I've had a constituent get in touch already saying that she is willing to house somebody in her house. That spirit is fantastic to see. That generosity is fantastic to see, and I'm sure that we will all echo the leader's comments.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll.
Mayor, apologies for interrupting again, but I've noticed that Councillor Rob Crowley has appeared to have muted his mic, so I'm just wondering if you'd like to check if he's there and whether he's got a declaration of interest. Councillor Crowley?
Councillor Crowley, are you available?
Madam Mayor, he just texted me to say his mic's not working, but he is actually there.
Right, thank you. And is he declaring an interest?
Didn't say that. Not sure.
Councillor Crowley, if your chat box is working, could you please pop in the chat whether you've got a declaration of interest? Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Right, we'll move on now to item 5, the reports from the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mayor.
Leader, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I thought I unmuted myself. This is the report on the use of the Chief Executive's emergency powers since the 6th of December. They are listed in the report and they are simply for noting. So can I formally move that we note the use of emergency powers, please?
And formally second, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The next item is item 6, and that's in relation to the consultation with non-domestic ratepayers, something which we are required to do through regulation. We go out for consultation, and I can confirm that we have had no references back and that we've had no representations from anywhere. So that's to be noted that there are no representations. Can I formally move?
And formally second.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is item 7, which is a bit of housekeeping report, really, and I think that this has been circulated to some of the group leaders, at least in advance. It's basically in relation to deputising arrangements for the Chief Executive and amendments to the Council Constitution. As I said, it's a bit of a housekeeping report. The report recommends supplementing the deputising arrangements for the Chief Executive in circumstances of his absence. And what I think also encompassing is, which is currently in place, but we need to update it. But we also need to update it so the titles of the Directors of Corporate Resources and Director of Place be added to the Council's existing Officer of Scheme Delegations, which is set out in the Council's Constitution itself, and they would take immediate effect once they come into post. We're also asked to note the amendments to the Council's Constitution made by the Monitoring Officer pursuant to delegated authorities in light of the redesignation of the Managing Director to Chief Executive, and to further amend the Council's Constitution to reflect legislative changes, including consequential change required as a result of the relevant provisions of the Local Government and Election Wales Act 2021, which comes into force on 5th of May. And you can find those within the report on paragraph 2.6. As I said, basically, and it's as it says in paragraph 1.1, we already have the provisions for a deputy to cover the MD. So this just increases the scope of the people that they can call to and call from. There's also an interesting point to look at paragraph 2.3. There's also going to be a refresh, as it says in this, of the Welsh Council's constitutions in light of significant legislative changes. That is currently being finalised, but it hasn't been finalised yet. But it will be presented to Council by May 2022, and after the elections. As I say, they basically this in relation to things like local choices, which if some of you have been through this before, there are issues that can be taken as local choices within the Constitution. So that's basically what that's on about. And it's also because Section 45 of the Local Government Election Wales Act requires that a model guide to the Constitution is prepared, which explains in ordinary language the content of the Constitution. And in addition, just to remind you that the Council's Constitution will also require amending and updating as a direct result of the legislative provisions contained in the Local Government Election Wales Act which takes effect from the 5th of May. And if you go to paragraph 2.6, it talks about the consequential changes, which are in Appendix B to the report. They're also covered in the list of bullet points, which are in 2.6 onwards. So basically, what I will do is I will read out a précis, if you want, if you don't mind, the recommendations. They are before you, the 5 recommendations, which you all have before you. The first one is that the Council approves the additional deputy cover arrangements for the Chief Executive, as referred to in paragraph 2.1 of the report. It also goes on in 2 that such arrangements are approved with immediate effect and exercised by nominating the Chief Executive from amongst those directors, and also to include the 2 directors' roles taken, which will take in place once they are commencing their duties. The third recommendation is that the titles of the directors of the new directors are included in the Councillor's officer scheme of delegation. So it means that the Chief Executive can call on those as backup. Fourth, that it be noted that the monitoring officer has made amendments to the Council's constitution as set out in Appendix A to the report to reflect the incidental amendments as a result of the redesignation of the Managing Director to Chief Executive and some of the housekeeping changes. And finally, the Council approves the proposal amendments to the Council's constitution as set out, as I said, in paragraph 2.6 and as detailed in appendices B and C to reflect changes which have come into force and to approve the proposed amendments referred to in Appendix B, which are due to come into force on the 5th of May. It's a mouthful, and it's a lot of changes to the Constitution, but ones which we have no choice but to do. So can I formally move that unless anybody's got any comments?
And formally second, Mayor.
Comments?
Okay.
We will move on.
Good.
Thank you very much, Leader.
Thank you very much. We'll then go on to the many items in agenda item 8, many of which we have seen before in many ways, but things that we have to adopt. The first one is item 8A, which is the asking the council to consider the draft housing strategy for 21 to 26. It's been to big cabinet as a draft. It was also went to the Scrutiny Committee for consideration in January. There were no suggestions to the changes to the report itself. So basically, the draft report has been to scrutiny. It's been to cabinet on 2 occasions. So what I'm formally moving is that the local housing strategy be formally endorsed tonight, so that would be the strategy from 2021 to 2026. I can go through some of it in detail if you want to, but in essence, there are 4 main aims. It also makes sure that there are more homes and more choices. It improves homes and communities. It provides for better housing and advice support, and it also it provides for equality of access to housing and housing services. And clearly, what it identifies is the need, particularly for 1 and 2 bedroom properties as we move forward. But without the strategy, we can't move forward. So can I formally move that we formally adopt the strategy to go forward, please?
And formally second, Mayor.
Okay, good. I think by affirmation, I hope. The next item is 8.8b, which is the pay policy for 22-23, something which we deal with each year. The council has a statutory requirement under the Localism Act 2011 to prepare a policy statement and for the new financial year for 22-23 in this case, and we need to approve it by the 31st of March. Again, this does require some changes to the policy, and they are set out in Appendix A to the report. Again, the pay policy has been with us previously. It has gone to corporate performance, and basically the policy that we have has been agreed. But obviously, it's developed in accordance with the guidance from Welsh Government. It talks about the changes in regulations and the changes in the prescribed by the Local Government Wales Act 2015 and also the Localism Act 2011. And it also is made following the consultation with the Independent Remuneration Panel for Wales. And obviously the Local Government Election Wales Act 2021 has been taken into account as part of the policy. It also takes into account obviously the senior management structure of the changes of the structure of the current years, and obviously the effects of local government pay and associated benefits, along with provisions of the national living wage, will be required to be changed. So basically, what we're asking is the policy for 22-23 are set out in the report, and the revised statement at Appendix A be agreed, but it also endorses the fact that if there are any slight changes, I think they may be delegated to change them, bearing in mind we still don't have the pay awards for 2021. So can I formally move? I think it has been around the block, so to speak, so everybody has seen it before.
And formally second, Mayor.
Thank you very much. The next item is 8C, which is the draft petition scheme. Again, this came to Cabinet in February. It's a scheme which we've been asked to put together because of Section 42 of the Election Wales Act 2021, which has had a marked effect on a lot of the things we do. And this is one of them. It actually says we have a duty for the petition scheme to be set out how the petition may be submitted to the council, how and by when the council will acknowledge and receipt of the petition. It talks about the steps the council must take to it and take in response to a petition received by it. It also talks about the circumstances, if any, in which the council may take no further action in response to a petition, and how and by when the council will make available its resources to a petition by a person who submitted the petition to the public. And it is a requirement that this is in place by the 5th of May. As I said, this has been to Cabinet. It's been to corporate performance. It has been agreed, and therefore can I formally move that we adopt the scheme as presented in Appendix 1, so that that be endorsed, so that it can take effect from the 5th of May 2022.
Formally second.
Can I formally move?
Formally second, Mayor.
Councillor Carroll, you wish to come in on this?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I thank the leader for the report. I'm happy to support this, but I would just like to emphasise, in an instance where fewer than 100 signatures are obtained on a petition, I would just like to request that discretion be exercised sensibly. I know that there are many communities where there are fewer than 100 residents, and so there may be an issue of importance, and actually obtaining those signatures would be difficult, and I would just like to stress that, but I'm happy to support.
Yeah, I think that's obvious, Mayor. It depends on the circumstance of what it is, because if something is very, very serious and you still only have half a dozen people, you still have to do something about it, so we can react to that. But the legislation does cover the fact that if it was more than 100, you have to do this, and if it's less than 100, you don't necessarily have to do that, and officers can deal with it rather than bringing it to a council meeting. So the rules are there, but clearly, if there's somebody less than 100 in a petition, then it obviously depends on what it is. It can either be dealt with through the normal officer delegation and routine, or otherwise. And I have no problem with that, and I think everybody would understand that. There's also a condition that the scheme can be reviewed every 2 years. But to be perfectly honest with you, should the scheme cause some difficulties, then I see no reason why it couldn't be brought back before that, but it definitely has to come back every 2 years anyway. But I take Councillor Carroll's point, and I think fair point made.
I think common sense would prevail. We do have another hand indicated, but I do not have a name for it.
Oh, I think my hand is raised, and it was just to support the comment made by the leader that we have reflected that within the petition scheme, recognising there will potentially be those issues arising. So it is to support that, and we've catered for that to give an officer delegation.
Thank you very much, Monitoring Officer.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is item D, which I guess we'll have a little bit of debate on. The report before you, and in fact, I would highlight the fact that there is a supplementary 8D. And the reason there's supplementary 8D because since this was dealt with by Cabinet, we had an extra £4,000 come to the rate support grant from the Welsh Government. We've addressed that by very simply changing the way in which we draw down from the general fund. We had intended to draw down £1 million, but now we'll only draw down £4,000 less. But it does keep the budget balanced. It came in very, very late, and after we'd had our cabinet meeting, and I tried to keep the cabinet meeting for as long as possible so that we would have as much information, but clearly that's not the case. The initial budget proposals were obviously taken to council previously in November. We didn't have a provisional settlement, but since then we have received the settlement, which was given a headline increase of 10.51% over the current year. And taking into account adjustments, this was an increase of £17.833 million, which is 10.64% from the previous year. And as I said, since then we've had an extra £4,000, which has been incorporated into the amended budget. This has been one of the most difficult ones that I've ever had to deal with, because it was one of the reasons that I delayed bringing it back to Cabinet, because there was a lot of money being given by Welsh Government for things like national living wage, for social care, and for lots of other things, including some highways and other things. So basically, we kept it as late as possible to the 28th of February. And inset in the proposed budget, funding has been provided towards cost pressures. If you recall, originally we had something like 28 million pounds worth of cost pressures. We've reduced that down to about 16 million. But we've also put an efficiency target of £500,000 has been proposed for 22-23, which covers all service areas, and that's covered within the report itself. And we think that is an achievable result. What we've proposing obviously is a band D council rate of £1,396.35 for this council for 22-23, which is an increase of 2.9% from the current year. Now, if you recall, when we originally did this, our medium-term financial plan showed that we would previously look at 3.9% recurring as a way forward. When we went out to the public, CPI at that time was running at 3.2, then it was 4.2, and currently is 5.5. So we do have all the issues that we need to address in terms of the increase in costs, which will beset us. And therefore, what we decided to do was reasonable, I think, to reduce from the original assumptions of 3.9 or possibly 4.2% to 2.9% for the current year. We have been told that there is indicative rates for the years after of 3.5 and 2.4% for 24-25, but I would urge to remind you that they are indicative only, and it wouldn't be surprised because I had heard that may even be lower than that. So, and again, why we try to set efficiency targets, we think at £500,000 is reasonable at that stage. In terms of pay increases, there were assumptions made by the Office of Budget Responsibility, and although there's some uncertainty with what's coming from local government officers, whilst the teachers' pay award for 21-22 has been set at 1.75%, the non-teaching pay awards are still under negotiations. As I said, the report came to us on the 28th of February. The budget working group has looked at that and brought the cost pressure down to £16.5 million, and that's shown in one of the appendix, which is Appendix C to the updated report. Level of efficiency, as I said, are in paragraph 2.6 of £500,000. They're covered within the report. This budget doesn't cause any issues to schools. With regards to schools, the proposals have taken into account the pressures reported during the current year and discussions with the School Budget Forum, and as a result, this budget does not require any schools to find any savings. What it also is, in this financial year at least, and it does provide for growth as requested by the schools at the initial estimate stage. So, and I'm really pleased to confirm that the budget will continue to fund schools at £1.2 million above their indicator base assessment for 22-23, which people normally call the SSA, for want of a better word. Funding commitments have been included, as I said, and we have had obviously issues, money from Welsh Government. With regards to social services, we're mindful of the continuing pressures on the service and the increasing costs of the independent sector and the increasing demands for services to support the ageing population in the Vale. So that does provide for extra services within the Vale. We've also provided, Welsh Government have also provided funding towards the implementation of paying the real living wage to social care staff, which is £9.90 for 22-23, and funding for this commitment has been included. However, I think it has to be said here that this commitment relates to external providers, and because it's a complex calculation, the picture in terms of their pay is mixed across the Vale. ADSS Cymru have provided calculations for the Vale, which indicated the costs of funding the providers to deliver the real living wage, whilst maintaining differentials, is £2.12 million. And I make this comment because it also shows that there's still a short funding, because Welsh Government has provided, thankfully, £1.42 million. So it does still leave a funding shortfall of 700k. So that we're mindful of that. In terms of the gap between the cost pressures and the severity of cost pressures highlighted in social services, and it is obviously one of the main areas that we have needed to create an ongoing capacity to an increased level of need. Therefore, it's proposed that the remaining pressures are funded through the budget programme that utilises the balances accumulated by social services reserve. If you recall, we have reserves, and we've been propping up some of the social services reserve in particular. And in fact, we've had money from Welsh Government recently, and more money has gone in there. But what is proposed to do is to use that reserve for what its purpose is, as far as I'm concerned, and we will reduce that level of reserve by a drawdown each year, which will be demonstrated to leave about 5% of a budget, of a balance of reserve there, which I think is reasonable under the circumstances. We've also got cost pressures reported within environment and housing in the current financial year, and this budget addresses those by providing additional funding for those services. We're also looking to the budget confirming that Welsh Government, as I said, has provided some of the issues in terms of next year, but we can't guarantee that. And again, we have modelled our way forward again on an assumption of 3.9% council tax increase, which was in line with our previous medium-term financial plan. So taking into account possible cost pressures, we've looked at our pressures for the future, and there's a possible shortfall of funding for 23-24 and 24-25, which could still lead £15.7 million. So the point is, we will increase our council tax because that does protect our base going forward. Because if we didn't do that, then clearly what would happen is that you'd have to find any extra increases next year. And as I said, over the next 2 years, we're still looking at shortfalls of about £15.7 million. It does talk about also the reserves held by the authority, together with the likely drawdown in the coming years. And between the 31st of March 2021 and the 31st of March 2025, it's estimated that the level of the reserves will fall by nearly £40 million, £39.133 million to £45.855 million. It's also estimated the council reserve as at the 1st of April 2022 is £15.2 million. Now, I raise this on the basis that, as we all know, it was agreed that we would put £4 million will be transferred into that council funding at the initial budget stage. And it was proposed that we would use some of that during the budget process. And as I say, we have used in original intention to use £1 million, now to use £996,000 during 22-23 to fund the revenue, with a further £500,000 being utilised in 23-24. And I have to say that I think you're probably going to need to use £500,000 the year after that too. Again, using the general fund, one of the things you can do is not just prop up the budget, because the problem with that is you still have to make that up in your base budget the next years and the years after. So one of the things we have also done is used it, I think, wisely for one-off issues. Things like we've used £2.696 million to be used to fund schemes in the capital programme during 22-23, and £849,000 will be transferred into the waste transfer station reserve as well from the council fund for the waste management fleet parking scheme. If you recall, that must be one of our major tasks in the years to come, because we need to have that waste transfer station up and running. Not only does it mean we will be more efficient, but it also saves the trips to Cardiff, etc. And we will be, in some respects, the masters of our own destiny in terms of recycling. Whilst we talk every year about there's no minimum requirement for the council reserve, some people talk about 5% as being reasonable, which would mean £13.6 million within the council fund. We've always taken a reserved look at that and a pragmatic look at that, and we still believe, as we did last year, that 10 million should be the minimum level for the reserves. And as I said, the details of the reserves are shown in paragraph F of the report, which came to Cabinet on the 28th of February. So basically, the budget proposes the net revenue budget of £272.554 million, which would result in the council tax increase of 2.9%. So in real terms, I need to move the recommendations which are covered in the updated report at 8D. And that is to fix the budget for 22-23 at £272.558 million, including a provision of 290k for discretionary rate relief to rural shops and post offices and charitable organisations, to approve the budget for 22-23 as set out in Appendix B of the updated report, or Appendix C as it was on the 28th of February, and that's listed each service area. The third item is to approve the recommendations with regard to net growth for 22-23 as set out in Appendix C to the updated report, and the efficiencies set out in the paragraph 2.6. And if you care to look at that in the 28th of February report, that was at paragraph 2.42. The fourth recommendation is to endorse the proposed draft report on educational budget and indicator based assessment, the IBA, at Appendix A, and the Director of Learning and Skills make arrangements for it to be forwarded to the school's budget forum. And so can I formally move that? But I will say that, and I am serious, this has probably been one of the worst budget setting processes that I've ever been through, because the amount of money that was supposed to be coming from Westminster that didn't come from Westminster. We've been very lucky in that we've had extra money coming through for things like from Welsh Government, for things like social care, etc. But there is one other provision that I need to remind you about, and that is the hardship fund does cease on the 31st of March. So one of the things that we have actually put into this budget as well is that we will be setting, it isn't this one, but we will be setting a COVID reserve with some of the money set aside for that, because I really do believe that we will still need hardship funding, albeit not coming from Welsh Government, in the year ahead and possibly the years ahead. So can I formally move the recommendations that we have to in order to set the budget at the 272 mark, which does in effect require a council tax level of 2.9% increase. I'll come back on anything else if there's anything else I can think of, or anything that needs to be raised later in the agenda or after the debate if that's possible. So I don't know if anybody wants to formally second this, please.
I'll formally second, but could I reserve the right to speak later in the debate if needed?
Carol, you indicated first you wish to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I'd like to begin by welcoming the final revenue settlement we're receiving from the Welsh Government. As members will be aware, it totals £186.015 million, which represents an increase of almost £18 million, and in percentage terms, an increase of 10.64%. And after years of underfunding from the Welsh Government, it's something that I'm very relieved to see. But as we know, Madam Mayor, our external finance only makes up part of our budget, our revenue budget, and so we come to council tax. Now, I know that technically we don't set the council tax until agenda item 9 this evening, but in practice, as the leader said, our levels of council tax are determined by the figures within this budget and those that are agreed. Now, as has been explained, our final revenue settlement, the monies that we receive from Welsh Government, total £186.015 million. So if we budget at £272.558 million as set out in the papers, we will need to raise an additional £86.543 million to set a balanced budget, and this money will come from the council tax. By way of context, Madam Mayor, I think it's important to look at the council tax levels the authority has set in previous years. Last March, when inflation stood at just 0.7%, council tax increased by 3.9%, and this followed a 4.9% rise that was set in March 2020. So we've had years of inflation-busting council tax rises, which have put considerable pressures on hardworking people across the Vale of Glamorgan. During this time, Madam Mayor, as we know and has been set out previously, the authority has actually managed to generate profits, and so we've seen our reserves increase. And in this financial year, Madam Mayor, we've seen £4.2 million transferred into the reserves, which will take the council fund, the cash sat in the bank, to £15.219 million and usable reserves in the hundreds of millions. Despite this, as we've heard, we are once again seeing a proposed increase in the council tax. Now, I accept that the 2.9% proposed falls below the rate of inflation, but it is still a significant increase at a time of extraordinary economic hardship. And if agreed tonight, this 2.9% rise will raise an extra £2.4 million, so less than the amount that's been transferred into the council's reserves. And it will mean that the council tax on a Band D property in the Vale of Glamorgan will be almost £1,400 annually. Other councils across Wales are freezing council tax, such as the Labour-run Neath, Port Talbot and Bridgend. And given the position of our reserves, Madam Mayor, it's something I believe we should be doing too. If the authority is in a position where it can turn a profit, then this money should be going back into the pockets of hard-pressed council taxpayers. I'm the first to call for prudence, but it's not prudent to hoard council taxpayers' cash. So I therefore propose an amendment to the revenue budget to transfer £2.4 million from the council fund into the base budget. This will allow us to freeze council tax and would in effect be a real terms cut. I accept that this is not something that we can do every year, but given the authority's reserves, it's something we are able to do now. And considering the extraordinary times that we're living in, it's the right thing to do too. If we're not going to use our reserves now to help hard-pressed residents, when will we? And I hope all members will support the amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Second, Madam Mayor, Councillor Vincent Bailey, but I'd like to reserve my right to speak in the debate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Johnson, you've indicated you wish to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I just confirm that the amendment from Councillor Carroll is that there will be a 0% increase in council tax? Is that what,
yes,
what he's saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In that case, Madam Mayor, I will speak to this amendment and reserve the right to speak later in the debate as well. The Plaid Cymru Group will be supporting the amendment that's being brought forward here. However, it is frankly astonishing to have the Conservatives put themselves forward as being the party of low tax. In the next couple of weeks, people are going to be paying far more during for their national insurance. People will be facing difficulties because of the removal of the triple lock on people's pensions. People will be affected by all sorts of things, and the Conservatives putting this forward at this time is actually fairly ironic. However, I do take the points that have been made. They're similar points to those that I've made myself over many different budget debates. I've been on this council for a decade, and this is my 10th budget. I have done my best to ensure that Plaid Cymru is a constructive opposition. We engage with the process, we listen to briefings, we ask questions, we do our best. I'll come back to some of these points later on. The main thing I think that issues right now is that last year's figures showed a 5.5 million, well, the current figures, sorry, show a 5.5 million in-year revenue profit. Clearly, we are doing better than we thought we would. This year, our residents face a cost of living crisis with inflation in our shopping bills, Conservative tax on wages for those in work, below inflation increases in benefits and pensions. People are spending more and getting less. And that's before mentioning the massive rises in energy bills. For many people, standing charges are doubling soon just to remain connected. I can't do much about these increases that affect us all. I've no vote on national insurance, which our Tory MP voted for. I can't stop the inflation that Brexit's unleashed. But what I can make something is on the amount of council tax that we pay here in the Vale. These are choices that we're elected to make. Barry Town Council, all three parties decided not to increase charges per property. I can't in good faith support an increase in Vale council tax at this time, one that piles extra pressure upon households. I will therefore support the continuation of the present bandy rate of council tax per household. As Audit Wales noted in paperwork for last week's committee meeting, by ratio, the Vale has the fourth highest set of usable reserves in Wales, £92 million. That was an increase of £9 million on the previous year. It doesn't even cover all of our usable reserves, which I was informed in last week's Treasury meeting training session reached a figure close to £125 million. I've made the point before, this council's financial strategy is more concerned with its bank balance than its residents. I find it ironic that we have, when you have a Labour council, actually have fiscal conservatism. There's a difference between a proportionate amount of reserves to deal with unexpected occurrences and hoarding money and being overly cautious. We've lived through 2 years of a global pandemic and we've not come out weaker as an organisation. After years of above inflation council tax rises, this is a year we should be delivering our services without costing our residents more when there are so many other things that are affecting them. So on that basis, I will be supporting the amendment that's been put forward. I'm assuming that Councillor Carroll will also be asking for a recorded vote on this as well, although I don't think he made that point during his speech. Just as a brief point, of course, I'm as a Vale Council resident, you know, I pay my tax here, and I'd like to think that everybody else contributing to the debate also pays their tax in the Vale of Glamorgan. I wonder if everybody does. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Bailey, I think you're next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to echo the sentiments of my colleague and group leader, Councillor Carroll. As a group, we've always tried to stand for fairness and doing the right thing, and fairness takes many forms. The rise on the table this evening remains higher than wages for almost any sector in the country. And with the Vale having received a huge uplift in its funding settlement from the Welsh Government, 10.6%, £18 million, I do find it amazing that we're not sitting here tonight unanimously welcoming the leader having brought forward a 0% freeze in council tax. Amazing, disappointing. That's why we've proposed to draw down funding from reserves on a one-off basis to enable that to happen, because we can't be blind to the reality facing constituents throughout the Vale, a backdrop of rising energy prices, A worldwide pandemic of the likes we've never seen, prices at the petrol pump currently spiralling out of control. And yet this council leadership has managed to find enough cash to pay for a number of turbocharged senior officer salaries at wages that wouldn't offend some professional footballers. I'll be clear, we're not suggesting this can be done every year, or that it should. In some years, this might seem like a reasonable settlement, but in the context of everything that's happening and having found ourselves in the unfortunate, or rather the fortunate position of having recently received a bumper settlement for the year ahead, we have an opportunity now, and we can't afford to let that pass. To restate the proposal tabled by my colleague, Councillor Carroll, we would like to transfer £2.4 million from the council fund to support the base budget and allow for a one-off freeze of 0% in council tax for the year ahead. If not now, when? And I would urge members of all groups to do the right thing and support this amendment.
Councillor Bailey. Councillor Gwyn-John.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm supporting the leader simply because I'm particularly concerned with the cost pressures of this council, particularly in adult care, domiciliary care, and the shortage of carers. The pay increases we have to make to these cost almost £8 million. And make no mistake about it, we are in difficult times with our care service. There's no way about that. Also, what we've got to consider, inflation rates are going up and up and up. But on top of that, we've got a wage transfer that's got to be finally built. For the last 5 years, I've been sitting on the scrutiny committee, scrutinising the reports, and we're making losses every year, and we got to get a grip of this once and for all. And certainly our waste management has got to be supported, and it's got to be done. On top of that, now we've got a situation where the refugees scheme is coming in with, this time it's Ukraine. We've had previous problems with refugees to house refugees, and you know, where does this end, and where does our money actually, what we would need over this year? We don't know what's ahead of us. And of course, this being an election year, it is the traditional 0%. But there again, in recent years, the Conservatives have come up with 0% every election time. And I would remind them that they couldn't even agree a budget in 2019. And that's why a coalition got together to save the council being handed over to the Welsh Government. So, you know, quite honestly, you've got to understand money and realise, yes, we all face problems. We all face problems at the petrol pumps. We all face problems with our home, our heating. But at the same time, we've got to realise that next year, if you don't take the 2.9 this time and you go for a 0%, next year you could be looking at 8%. And that is all very well then, because councillors are sitting in their comfortable seats for 5 years. This is not the case. We've got to be realistic about this. And I'm sorry, but I don't think, in my eyes, that we could not go for a 0%. So therefore, I am supporting the leader's proposition tonight at 2.9%. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor John. Councillor Wilson, you wish to speak?
I do, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I mean, I agree a lot with Councillor John and what he has said. I think we've got huge pressures in terms of social services, but we also must remember, of course, that in education, our 21st century school programme in particular, we have used those reserves quite considerably, and we're going to be using it for the future as well. If we don't have those reserves, then we don't have that ability and capacity to keep and developing our 21st century school programme, which, you know, we've got to think about the future. We've got to think about our young people and their future. And that's one point. Also, I would take exception to Councillor Carroll's point about we're making a profit. We are not an enterprise that makes profits. We will have areas where perhaps we have favourable variance 1 year to the next. And, you know, and that's great that we do have. But I would urge you, Councillor Carroll and everyone else, that we've been very fortunate in our council tax collection, for example. but that may not continue in the future. We may struggle to collect the council tax in the future, you know, and therefore, you know, we do need to be sensible. Yes, you know, the leader has recommended and supported by the deputy leader of an increase of 12.9%. That is lower than the wage inflation of 5.5%. And of course, as we know, the inflation rate is probably going to go up much higher than 5.5%. So it will be, you know, something that is sensible. As Councillor John rightly said, if we look at future years, we may be facing a much bigger increase, especially if we go for 0% this year. Because at the end of the day, we've still got to balance the budget for future years. So therefore, we can't destroy the council tax base for this year and expect us to have an enormous increase in subsequent years. So therefore, I highly support Councillor Moore's and Councillor Burnett's proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Charles, you wish to come in on this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wish to support my colleagues, Councillor Bailey and Councillor Carroll. Most things have been said, so I'll make it quite simple. Heating bills are going up and they're going to double or treble. Food prices are up and going up. Petrol prices going up every day. I think people have enough to deal with, especially the elderly and less well off, without this unnecessary council tax increase. And quite frankly, at this time, I think would be cruel. That's all I've got to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Councillor Thomas, you wish to come in on this?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep this very brief. I don't think Councillor Carroll and the rest of his group understood quite what the leader was saying about the base budget. 2.4 million to take out of reserves this year sounds quite reasonable, but when you look at the effect that that's going to have over the next council, it's going to be £12 million, because you never get back what you don't add on now. And one other point to make to the Conservative group is that I know Councillor Carroll and Councillor Bailey's thoughts over the years have been that this council should have the lowest council tax rise of any council in Wales, because that would obviously help in the electioneering. But if we'd listened to that and done that over the last 5 years of this council, we'd be looking now in ballpark figures of 25 million less in our base budget, and we'd have trashed the reserves to keep us going. We'd have absolutely nothing. It doesn't make sense not to increase. It makes sense to increase the council tax as little as possible, but it doesn't make any sense at all not to put it up at the percentage that the leader's proposing tonight. So I'll definitely be supporting, not supporting the amendment and supporting what the leader has proposed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to support Councillor Carroll in what he's proposed. I think a 0% increase at this point in time is called for. I think one of the things that we have to take into account here is that we're living in very exceptional circumstances. Whereas the council will survive a 0% rise in the precept, a lot of people out there, a lot of the people who are struggling to pay energy costs brought about by our zero carbon project, and a lot of people who have suffered under the effects of the COVID pandemic, are in a much more precarious state financially, and are actually living in a much more fluid world where we don't actually know what's going to happen over the next year, and they don't know what's going to happen over the next year. And I think to try and help them and to level things out a little bit financially for those people so that all the burdens don't come at once, I really think we should be going for a 0% rise in the precept. And I'd ask you all, on behalf of the residents of Vale of Glamorgan, to back the amendment. Thank you.
Robertson. Councillor John Thomas, can you please lower your hand? Still on screen. And Councillor Robertson, can you please lower your hand? It's on screen. Councillor King? Oh, I'm sorry, Leader, you wish to come in first?
No, I'd let somebody else in first. Presumably I can speak to this and then sum up.
Yes, certainly.
Should we, well, should the amendment drop? So that way, but I would like to come in and make some comments. Yes. Yes. I'll bow to the others first if you want.
Thank you. Councillor King.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Leader. I don't quite understand the comment about paying council tax, but I certainly do, and considerably above Band D. I'm also not familiar with the salaries of football players, but I suspect the comparison wasn't with the Premier League. It may have been a lower division. But I also point out that we started this meeting by being totally united and supportive towards the crisis in the Ukraine and the possibility of welcoming refugees and other vulnerable souls. And I think we seem to have forgotten that when it comes round to having the capacity to do just that. I also think that we seem to have forgotten that the hike in energy has nothing to do with our Project Zero. It's substantially to do with the energy prices, notably gas, rocketing long before the Ukrainian war started. But it is certainly going to continue to escalate, and we have to heat our schools and our homes that we put vulnerable people in. As well as everybody else, so I think we're in that one. We're all in it together, if I may say so. And furthermore, as coronavirus seems to start winding down, and lockdown restrictions and, dare I say, funding are now starting to sort of drop off, we have a significant number of homeless people within the Vale who we are going to have to work out what we're going to do with and how we're going to accommodate them. If and when that funding ceases, which could do in the summer. I think Councillor John Thomas made a particularly pertinent point about the base budget. If you do not make the change now, you will never get back that money over the following years. So I'm sorry, but I really cannot support this this amendment. And I will finish with the comment. We could set a budget and a 0% increase in council tax to win votes, but it would leave this council, in my opinion, vulnerable for the following, perhaps the first year, but certainly the subsequent 4 years. And that would be, in my opinion, a huge disservice not only to the people of the Vale, and notably the vulnerable people of the Vale, but also to the staff, who I think have served us brilliantly over the past 2 years, and maintained goodness knows whatever else. And speaking purely and simply from my own portfolio, things like maintaining the waste collection and recycling collection throughout the most challenging time any of us could have imagined, was one almighty challenge, and yet that is the very service that would be vulnerable if the council tax was slashed, because education and social care would be protected. It would be all the others where the costs would have to be borne from. So no, I'm afraid I cannot support this amendment. I have huge pride in all that the Vale has achieved over many years, and particularly all that its staff have delivered, and I do not want to handicap them before they even start the next term of office. So I will not be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Neil Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be brief as well. Councillor Charles talked about costs going up for our residents, and that's true. But the costs are also actually going up for the council as well. It costs more for our heating, our light, the costs of materials, the costs of wages. it's all going up for the council as well. Road repairs, potholes are done using carbon-based materials, which we are seeing at all-time highs already and still rising. We've seen in other councils what the consequences of 0% is in the following years. It's it's demanded increases in, following an electioneering council tax levels, as Councillor King described, of eye-watering levels, creating a massive hit on residents by these steep rises. And as Councillor King has said, some councils take many years to regain the position that they were in due to, we saw this happen in Cardiff within fairly recent times, where it took them an awful long time to get back from the mistake that was made by the then controlling group of a 0% rise. It took them many years to get back to a balanced situation. To make opportunistic proposals such as this is disingenuous. It's an insult to our residents who will face crippling rises as a consequence should this amendment be supported. The fact that this council is sector leading in terms of our fiscal responsibility, we are seen as being the best performing council in Wales, according to the Auditor Office, tells a lot, and I would have to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Burnett, you're next to speak, but do you want to pass on, or do you should come in now?
Well, unless the leader wants to come in now.
Councillor Perks wishes to speak, or the leader.
I think Councillor Burnett could speak to this amendment and still have the right to.
Yes, this would be speaking to this amendment, Mayor, yes, rather than to the initial motion. Do you know, it's disappointing. I'm getting this feeling of deja vu, because every year for the last 3 years, Councillor Carroll has talked about a raid on reserves to reduce council tax, and I do wonder where we would be in terms of general reserve, in terms of general fund, if that had happened. We were very fortunate when we went into the pandemic that we were financially sound, and we knew, even before the Welsh Government came forward with the hardship fund, we knew that we could go out and buy additional PPE. We knew that we could take other steps during the pandemic because we did have those reserves. And I think, I can remember going to an environment and regeneration scrutiny where Councillor Brooks actually carefully laid out the fact that we have different types of reserves, that we have the general fund, that we have earmarked reserves, and we have restricted reserves. And it is those earmarked and restricted reserves which go down as projects are completed. And if you look at appendix, I think it's appendix F, that spells out the reserves, and it actually shows that they are going to more than halve over the coming years as those projects are delivered. You know, the money that we use for our own contribution into the school building programme, whether it be money that's been put aside for winter pressures, the reserves are earmarked in the whole. You know, Councillor Robertson talks about that we're in exceptional circumstances. Yes, we are. And actually, as the leader also said, it's not looking to get better. It's not looking to get better. And we need to make sure that we are able to step up, because at the end of the day, this is where the buck stops. With local government, this is where the buck stops in terms of delivering services to our most vulnerable, and we need to be here for them, and we will be here for them if we pass this budget. We talked about, you know, the challenges that are facing residents of the Vale, and it's right to mention the removal of the triple block, because that's going to cost about £200 a head, I think. Universal credit, the removal of that uplift, £20 a week. And then we start to look at the fuel costs and the other costs and the 10% increase in national insurance. Now, it's worth noting that, as been mentioned, the fuel costs and other costs that are going up hit the council as well. And that national insurance, that 10% increase in national insurance, is going to cost this council £1 million a year. So I have no hesitation in backing a budget that I know has cost so many people in this council so many sleepless nights to get to balance. Balance the challenges that are facing our residents, but balance our need to be there for them, our need to deliver good quality services for them, and to make sure that absolutely nobody at all in the Vale is left behind. So I will definitely be voting against this amendment, and I will be supporting the motion, the original motion.
Very much, Councillor Burnett. Leader, do you wish to come in now, or should we carry on with the debate?
I think the leader might have frozen.
I think he's frozen. Yeah, I think he's frozen.
Yeah, we go to Councillor Perks. Wish to speak?
Yes, please, Chair. I didn't want to say very much because a lot has been said, but I won't be supporting this amendment. I just think for some people to be lecturing us on what the cost of living is when those in Westminster, you know, are not prepared to cut the tax on energy bills or to put a one-off tax on the amount of money that energy companies are making, you know, to not actually, you know, to put the £20 back on universal credit. You know, please don't lecture us on what the cost of living is. We've got, you know, our people who live in our wards. We know how it affects the people in our wards. We've got one of the lowest council taxes in Wales. We've also the best performing council in Wales. Yes, 2.9% is not, you know, it's what we need to do in order to maintain the level of service that we have at this council, of being the #1 council in Wales. I'm proud to be a councillor in the Vale of Glamorgan and seeing what we've done over the last 3 years, and before that when it's been Labour led with a coalition, our coalition partners who've supported us. So no, I won't be supporting this amendment.
Councillor Perks. Councillor Driscoll.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I find the Westminster bashing a bit hypocritical at the moment, simply because the amount of furlough and grants they handed down to the Welsh Government over the last couple of years was quite phenomenal. But you know, I do find it a bit what's the word I'm looking for? If we didn't increase council tax this year and we kept it at 0%, I think it would be a tiny blip in this council's intention of acquiring lots of money in the bank. I mean, Councillor Johnson mentioned 125 million in reserves, and we're talking 2.4 million now, this increase. However, my question is, would if fees and council tax at 0% is so damaging and reckless and so harmful and just a cynical vote grabbing move, are you saying your colleagues in Bridgend, beneath Port Talbot, are acting reckless and harmful and vote grabbing? Because it's, you know, that's what they're doing down there. So, you know, maybe you could come across there, please, Leader. Thanks, Chair.
Very much, Councillor Driscoll. Leader, would you wish to come in on this now?
Yeah, I will, and thank you very much. I will address some of the issues, and I think, to be honest, 0% income council tax is a bit reckless, bearing in mind what we're doing. And I think that we've compromised. We started off at 3.9, then went to 4.2, and then inflation runs to 5.4. But we still come down to 2.9. And I've got some comments to make, I think. There was a comment about £186 million come into the rate support grant. Yes, absolutely right. But what that doesn't do and I'll tell you what, one of the good things about that is it's in the base. As long as the Welsh Government don't reduce it next year, that's fine. But what it doesn't do, it doesn't make up the loss of money to local government in the last 10 years plus. Nowhere near the loss of money that has come from Welsh Government, but from UK Government to Welsh Government to local government in the last 10 years. Doesn't make up an iota of it. I'll also remind you that this budget has £272 million as a budget. That falls way below the SSA, in other words, the area where Welsh Government say we should be spending at £278 million. So there's a shortfall. I'd also remind you, yet again, that our council tax band D is below the Welsh average. We don't make profits, and if you recall, when this report came to us at the budget work time, there was £4 million, admittedly. We're not making profits off people. £2 million was because we didn't spend some of the capital money that we intended to spend because of COVID. So we had budgeted for doing work, capital works, which would have cost us £2 million, which we didn't have to spend. So that's the £2 million. There was another, about £1 million or so come in from an increase in collection of council tax. But that was because we didn't collect much council tax during the pandemic. We didn't chase people for the money. But then when the pandemic was getting better, people started to pay their arrears. So that was part of it as well. And if you look in the report that came there, it tells you exactly where the £4 million come from. In terms of going forward, inflation is 5.5% and it's projected to be 7.4%. And if anybody had cared to go to the Treasury management debate that we had and the seminar we had, you'd have been perfectly clear what's going on. And it's a shame that none of the Conservatives attended, but there you go. In terms of the not spending, talking about we're protecting social care, as I said. We're making sure that's there, but we're putting real living wage in, and we admittedly had money from Welsh Government, but we still have a £700,000 shortfall. That's got to be paid for somewhere. We've still put in savings of £500,000 for our officers to find. We also have got the situation of, in terms of the cost pressures, as I said, the base budget is something which John Thomas knows very much about, in fairness, because if you took £2.5 million out of the reserves this year, it means you've got to find £5 million next year to actually come back to the same level. Bear in mind, you know that inflation's running at 5.5%. That is absurd. Sorry. The other thing is, in terms of the council fund at the moment, I told you what we were going to use some of the money for. It's on £15.2 million. £1 million is coming to balance the budget this year, and I don't like doing that, but we sometimes have to do it. £500,000 is coming the year after, which takes us down to about £13.7 million. What we're also doing is take another 8k out for the other things which I told you about in terms of the waste transfer, plus the 2.69 million for the waste transfer station, which actually takes down, after we've done all of that this year, to £10.3 million. That's accounted for £500,000 next year. And I said, I think you're going to probably have to put in £500,000 year after as well. So we're already down to £10.3 million in reality, okay? If we take out the £2.6 million that you want to take out, that would take our reserves down to £7.7 million, which is way, way below the 5% that is accepted and that is deemed appropriate by our Section 151 officer. So if you want to go against our Section 151 officer, go ahead, because I think you're asking yourself for problems. In terms of people like Bridgend and Eastport Talbot, 0%, I think it is fairly reckless, to be honest. But something you have to also bear in mind is their council tax bands are downside higher than ours. Their band D is higher than ours, and that's one of the issues too. Lots of people have come down, but people like, as I'm understanding, last night you heard Monmouthshire were going to be 3.95%. I know Flintshire was 3.95%. I know Carmarthen was probably going to do about 2.5%, and I know the Blaenau Gwent is going to do 4%. That was my understanding. Whether or not they've agreed those or not, I can't be absolutely guarantee, but I know I've been keeping a track on lots of those. So quite frankly, to take £2.5 million out of the general fund is absurd, and it would take you down to £7 million, which is against 151 officers' recommendations anyway. But it also, you have to remind yourself, is that we have to continue to run this council properly. And Neil Thomas was absolutely right. 5.5% is something which we're going to have to bear in mind in terms of all those things that we have to buy. We have a capital programme which is going through the roof. We have a building programme which is going through the roof. But we're still determined to do it. But you can't do it if you haven't got the money to do it. So quite frankly, I think 2.9% is reasonable and adjustable, and you still have to find £500,000 worth of savings anyway. So, Mayor, I absolutely oppose the amendment.
Leader. Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to just reserve to speak on the main motion, but and there's a couple of points I just wanted to make that hadn't come up in the debate. I think it's worth remembering at the scrutiny meeting, certainly the ones I attended, there was a universal acceptance of the cost pressures that we are facing. Those are recurring costs that will continue to go up. And I, particularly in healthy living social care, make the point about how those costs are growing. You know, we have had population, demographic change, requirements on the service coming up towards 9% increases, and we cost pressured previously for about 3%. You know, things which have been exacerbated by COVID are not going to go away in the next couple of years. And because we have these unknowns, that's why I think it's unwise to go for this amendment. I think we can speak not just to the general fund, the council fund being drawn down to balance the budget as it is already, but we can also look to, as the leader highlighted, the programme for using the service reserve in social services particularly to help, and to have a plan to structure and use that as part of the budget in a way that is sustainable. We've commented before about the kind of erratic nature of how we get funding and when we get it, and we can't always predict when we have it, which is why we have a reserve in social services which is as high as it is, and therefore I'm really pleased that we're able to use that reserve to help offset any further rises. So we have we're proposing in the main motion about something which is half the level of inflation as we stand here today. We're using reserves to try and get that down as low as we can, and we are driving those efficiencies, but we all have accepted the pressures on the service. I think maybe Councillor Carroll might want to correct something he said earlier, which was around saying that we have hundreds of millions in reserves, clearly as being laid out by the full Treasury thing. But I will accept that there is money there, but as has been laid out, there are earmarked things that we've been doing, investment in 21st century schools, being able to move quickly when we didn't know about hardship funding for COVID measures, as was highlighted by the Deputy Leader. And so I think that the council's response has always been focused on being able to deliver for the residents, not for the bank balance. So I can't support this amendment. I mean, Councillor John Thomas has already laid out view regards to the base budget. I'm certainly not going to try and top that, and that is our group's view within this coalition. This is an increase in the main budget, which I in the main motion, which I think is proportionate and takes account of all of the things which have gone in, and I'd add to whatever's been said previously and pay tribute to those who've put together, however you choose to finance the total balance figure. Getting to a balanced budget that's laid out as it is in this paperwork has been a monumental effort, and I think we should all pay tribute to the work that's gone on behind the scenes to try and make sense of all of the demands, all of the pressures, and all of those costs. And sometimes it's finger in the air for the wind direction for some of the potential rises down the road, such as pay increases in light of the inflationary pressures and everything else that we've got. So however we choose to end up with the political decision of how we fund it, I'd like to thank everybody who's put together this balanced budget And I think we can all acknowledge we've accepted what's in the budget because we've accepted those cost pressures when I've seen that as scrutiny, but I cannot support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Gray. With no one else actually indicating they wish to speak, Councillor Carroll, could you reiterate your amendment, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The amendment is to transfer 2.4 million pounds from the council fund to support the base budget.
Do we have a second of this amendment?
Yeah, second, Madam Mayor.
Who was speaking, please?
The Bailey.
Thank you very much. And can we vote on this amendment, please?
Mayor, I think there was a call from Councillor Johnson for a recorded vote. I don't know if you want to deal with that issue.
I assumed we would be doing a recorded vote.
I second that.
Yeah, we
I'd
need
like to
6 members to indicate. Thank you.
Yeah. Happy to accept that.
Yeah.
You needed 6, but you can note down Councillor Williams has seconded it, so Councillor Moore's third, so I think there's a few others.
Yeah, Dennis Charles second.
I think, Mayor, we've safely assumed we've got 6 there.
I assume we have 6, yes.
So if I can go to the list of members, and if I ask you to indicate whether you are for the amendment or against the amendment. So I'll start with Councillor Julia Aviat, please.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Vincent Bailey.
For the amendment.
Councillor Rhiannon Birch.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Jonathan Bird.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Bronwyn Brooks.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Liz Burnett.
Against the amendment.
Councillor George Carroll.
For.
Councillor Christine Cave.
For the amendment.
Councillor Janice Charles.
For the amendment.
Councillor Millie Collins.
For the amendment.
Councillor Jeff Cox.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Robert Crowley. Councillor Crowley.
I don't think his mic's working.
Perhaps if Councillor, for the ease of recording Councillor Crowley's vote, perhaps if he can hear me, if he can indicate it in the chat menu, and I will come back to that at the end. Councillor Andrew Arty Davis.
For the amendment.
Councillor Pamela Drake.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Vince Driscoll.
For the amendment.
Councillor Stuart Edwards.
For the amendment.
Councillor Ben Gray.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Owen Griffiths.
For the amendment.
Ooh.
Councillor Stephen Griffiths.
For the amendment.
Councillor Sally Hanks.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Nick Hodges.
For the amendment.
Councillor Hunter Jarvie.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Gwyn John.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Ian Johnson.
Or Blaid y Gwelliant.
Councillor Gordon Kemp.
For the amendment.
Councillor Peter King.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Kevin Marney.
For the amendment.
Councillor Catherine MacArthur.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Anne Moore.
Against.
Councillor Neil Moore.
Against.
Councillor Michael Morgan.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Jane Norman.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Rachel Nugent Flynn.
For.
Councillor Andrew Parker.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Bob Penrose.
For the amendment.
Councillor Sandra Perks.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Andrew Robertson.
For the amendment.
Councillor Ruba Sivanyanam.
Against.
Councillor John Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Neil Thomas.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Steffan William.
O blaid y gwelliant.
Councillor Margaret Wilkinson.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Eddie Williams.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Mark Wilson.
Against the amendment.
And I'll come back to Councillor Robert Crowley.
Councillor Crowley has placed his vote in the chat, Chief Executive. It's for the amendment.
Thank you. I've seen that. Thank you very much.
And
so that concludes. I make it 25 against and 19 for. I don't know if anybody else has been.
Yes.
Yeah. So the amendment fails, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We go back to the leader now to reiterate the first motion.
Can I just sum up by moving the recommendations that I moved earlier? And can I say one other thing, because Councillor Gray has made a comment which is quite interesting, really, is that when we put the initial budget forward, cost pressures were something like £27 million, and every scrutiny committee said we want to use all of them. We need all of them. What we've done in the budget working group is reduced it to about £16 million, which means there would have been £11 million extra to find should everybody have all the cost pressures gone forward. So I formally move the recommendations with 2.9% as a council tax in essence, but the budget of £272.558 million and the other recommendations that I made earlier on. Thank you.
Ian Johnson, you've indicated you wish to speak again.
I wish to speak on the motion, Mayor.
On the leader's motion.
Yes, that's the motion. Well, I'm assuming that's what we're now doing.
Yes,
now that we've dealt with the amendment, therefore we'll dealing with the motion. Sorry, I can see the margin officer wants to.
Oh, yes, I was just going to confirm you spoke on the amendments and therefore obviously you have the right to speak on the motion. Just to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, I was a little confused because I can see there's a hand up and I wasn't sure if that was a legacy hand from Councillor Bailey that was on my screen.
Councillor Bailey, is that a legacy hand or is you indicated to speak again?
My apologies, I've just taken my hand down.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much to the leader for bringing forward the budget tonight. I think there was a point earlier when he was introducing it where he explained that it had been one of the most difficult budgets to develop simply because of the number of moving parts that have been involved over a long period of time. I think it's from an opposition perspective and from a scrutiny perspective, it's been very difficult because of the nature of the process where we have to set a budget by a certain date, and yet we have delays or confusion as to what funding is coming from Westminster to the Senedd, to Welsh Government, what funding is coming from Welsh Government to us, and I'm quite grateful that the final set of figures was quite similar to the provisional set of figures, because at least that allows us to stick with what we had before, more or less. I said earlier, Mayor, that this is my 10th budget debate. We've discussed very many similar things over the years. I think that's the nature of it. We'll discuss often, sort of the level of reserves we have and the usefulness of those reserves. As Plaid Cymru, there's a saying in Welsh, nid da ller gellir gwell. It's not good enough if it can be bettered. So as an opposition party, you do have fewer resources to interrogate the budget, to know exactly what's happening, to see what changes are being made, what discussions are being held at different levels. So ultimately, the way that this process has worked has been quite painful as an opposition councillor, because we were being told 6 months ago that there was a £27 million gap. Suddenly there's a whole load of Welsh Government funding coming in. We're in quite different places, and suddenly all of those quite scary figures are less scary now. And I'm very grateful for that. However, as I say, nid da lle gellir gwell. Last year, I rejected the budget that was being provided on two grounds, and I find it fascinating to have listened to the debate on the amendment, which it discussed one of those issues in detail, almost whilst ignoring what it means, and completely ignoring the second point which I've raised, and which I've raised consistently at scrutiny meetings. When we talk about the reserves that are being utilised, what we're actually doing is not necessarily spending those reserves within a year. We're hedging those against them being spent. We are, when we do that, we are keeping the base budget lower than perhaps it would otherwise be. Last year, the leader decided not to hedge against that, not to use any council funds, and instead to increase the base budget, to increase the amount of money that our local residents were paying. So there was £1 million last year that I suggested was put in the budget to hedge against that, and that wasn't utilised. Now, the latest figures that came to Cabinet last week, as the leader has already explained, says that we have an in-year revenue profit of £5.5 million that have gone to reserves. So that could have been done last year. We could have used that, and that's the point here, is that when people are suggesting using reserves, it's not always with the intention those reserves will be used. That is using reserves as a hedge against other factors being there, and that's about finding the right balance between what our residents pay and where the council is. And I still feel, as we just discussed in the amendments, that we don't have that balance correct. The second point is the use of powers that have been recently restated and will be increased by Welsh Government next year with relation to second homes. Now, those powers originally came into force under the Housing Act 2014. They've been in place for a number of years to double the rate of council tax upon second homes. That's a power that we have not used, and that's a power that we could be using, and that goes towards our housing stock and our supporting that. The people who have the second homes in the Vale of Glamorgan are generally towards the higher level of our council tax. That means they are usually Band E, Band F, Band G. They are closer to £2,000 a year than they are to the Band D figure of £1,455 that's been proposed this year. That means that we're actually missing out in not using that by £750,000, £1 million, and that's a deliberate choice of this council and this administration not to implement that over the last 3 years where you've had the power to do so. We've discussed it on numerous occasions in scrutiny committees. I've consistently raised it. I was consistently told by the previous S151 officer that it would be looked at and would be considered, because of course there are issues relating to that which Welsh Government are going to be covering when the new changes take place next year. But we have decided not to do that. So I've listened to a whole load of councillors from the administration, from the Vale Independents, from Llanfair First, from Labour, saying they've done all they can to keep down council tax, but actually they haven't, because there's a tool in your armoury that you've decided not to use, and you decided not to use here again. So the other point, just to make quite briefly, is that when we talk about having a low Band D council tax rate, that is because the profile of our housing is in the upper echelons. It's in the Band E, the Band F and the Band G. We're not in Band A and Band B. There's a reason that Blaenau Gwent has the highest Band D in Wales. They don't have very many Band D houses.
Councillor Johnson, you're coming up to 5 minutes.
Thank you much. Whereas in our council here, we have a profile where Band E, Band F and Band G are higher. So we actually, on a per household basis, take in higher rates, whilst our Band D rate is lower. And that's simply a matter of the profile. So it's disingenuous to suggest that, oh, we pay less than the Welsh average on Band D, because that's not what real people pay in the real world. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Johnson, for your comments. Leader, can we go back to you, please, for the original motion?
Yeah, just simply formally move the recommendation. But there's one issue that I would pick up, and that's the use of again the use of reserves. And we have advice from a Section 1.5 officer who tells us that our minimum balance should be about £10 million. And the point I made last year was that we were hoping that we didn't need to use any of the reserves for propping up the base budget. And the reason being is because, as I just said, if you'd have put £2.5 million in, you'd have had to find £5 million next year. Now, one of the things that because of what all the points that has been made by Councillor Johnson, etc., is that we are going to use £1 million of that reserve, and £500,000 the year after. So we are using the general fund wisely and proactively, but you can't do anything like suggested of taking a £2.5 million out as well, because as I said, you'll have £5 million next year, and you would have your general fund of 7.5 million or thereabouts, and I think that is just shoddy and bad financial management. So as far as I'm concerned, we've had the amendment in terms of what's going forward. I moved in the substantive motion. The substantive motion is that I've moved is that we have the budget of £270 million or whatever it is, and all the rest the recommendations that I put forward, which I'm sure you don't want me to read again.
Thank you very much.
But I will if you want me to.
Oh. Councillor Johnson.
I was just going to confirm whether or not we'd be having a recorded vote on the substantive motion, Mayor.
Once it's been seconded, I will ask.
I think I already seconded it, Mayor, but I will second it again.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And I assume we will have a recorded vote. Can we have indication, please?
Recorded vote, yes, please, Madam Mayor.
No problem. As far as I'm concerned, you know, it's not an issue.
No, I seem to have enough indication. Debbie, do we have enough indicators?
We do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll go through the names of members, and if I can ask on this occasion if you are for the recommendations as per the report to council or against. So I'll start with Councillor Julie Aviett.
For.
Councillor Vincent Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Rhiannon Birch.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Bird.
For the motion.
Councillor Bronwyn Brooks. Councillor Brooks.
Sorry, frozen. For.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Burnett.
For the motion.
Councillor George Carroll.
Against.
Councillor Christine Cave.
Against.
Councillor Janice Charles.
Against.
Councillor Millie Collins.
Against.
Councillor Jeff Cox.
For the motion.
Councillor Robert Crowley, and I can see that you've said against in the chat bar, so thank you for that. Councillor Andrew Arty Davis.
Against.
Councillor Pamela Drake.
For.
Councillor Vince Driscoll.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Stuart Edwards.
Against the motion.
Councillor Ben Gray.
For the recommendations.
Councillor Owen Griffiths.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Griffiths.
Against.
Councillor Sally Hanks.
For.
Councillor Nick Hodges.
Against.
Councillor Hunter Jarvie.
For.
Councillor Gwyn John.
For.
Councillor Ian Johnson.
An Erbyn.
Councillor Gordon Kemp.
Against.
Councillor Peter King.
For the motion.
Councillor Kevin Marnie.
Against.
Councillor Catherine McCaffer.
For the recommendations.
Councillor Ann Moore.
For.
Councillor Newmore.
Apologies, I was on mute. For.
Councillor Michael Morgan.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Jane Norman.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Rachel Nugent-Finn.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Parker. Councillor Parker.
Oh, God.
I'll come back. Councillor Bob Penrose.
Against.
Councillor Sandra Perks.
For.
Councillor Andrew Robertson.
Against the motion.
Councillor Ruba Sivinianam.
For.
Councillor John Thomas.
For.
Councillor Neil Thomas.
For the recommendations.
Councillor Steffan William.
Yn erbyn.
Councillor Margaret Wilkinson.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Eddie Williams.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Mark Wilson.
For the recommendations.
So if I can go back to Councillor Andrew Parker, please.
Rob, I've had a message from Andrew. His screen's frozen. I'm just trying to establish if he can write in the chat his vote.
Thank you. On the basis that it's not coming through, the votes for the motion is 24, against is 19.
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, 19.
The recommendation is accepted. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I also say something that was amiss of me, but it relates to this next report too, capital strategy. Can I thank the officers for the amount of work that they've actually put into these reports, because it's been a nightmare. The next item is the capital strategy for 22-23 and the final capital proposals for 22-23 to 26-27. What the report does is sets out the strategy. It provides a framework which outlines how capital expenditure, capital financing and treasury management activity contribute to the provision of the Council's objectives. The strategy takes longer term view of the Council's capital investments priorities and how they may be funded. And having considered the service priorities and the possible funding available over the next 10 years, it's currently estimated that the funding gap, and I come back to the gap, will be in the region of £12 million. That's one of the reasons why we funded some of the capital programme from the revenue. The capital strategy will be updated on an annual basis and will evolve over the years, obviously, and there will be a regular review. Since we had the initial capital programme and the provisional capital programme came forward with the 5 years programme, all the bids that were put forward at that time were prioritised to look at the corporate priority, the risks of the authority, and if they're not progressed, and the contribution that they would make to the wellbeing criteria. The programme itself details the report will be funded through a number of different sources, and they do include the general capital funding from Welsh Government, which is reduced this year, the use of capital receipts resulting from the sale of assets, the use of reserves that have been established for that particular purpose, Section 106 monies or borrowing money, which has to be repaid through the revenue budget. But in order to deliver the necessary capital investment required by the Council, it is proposed, as I said earlier, that 2.69 million of the Council Fund Reserve is used to fund expenditure, and £849,000 of it will be transferred to the Waste Transfer Station Reserve from the Council Fund for the Waste Management Fleet Parking Scheme. So, yes, we have reserves, but we are using them, as I said, and it's wise to use them on a one-off basis rather than prop up the budget, which means you have to double it the year after. So the proposed programme for 22-23 to 26-27 is attached to Appendix 2, and that does show a total spend of £85 million for 22-23, so we are using them, and a total programme of just under £254 million. The programme includes significant investment in the resurfacing of roads in the county of £2.3 million, and that's to improve our highways. So we're committed to that, and this budget commits us to it. The total value of the Band B programme for the 21st century schools is £43 million between 22-23 and 24-25, with a budget of nearly £16 million for 22-23 alone. The Welsh Government, the Council will receive Welsh Government funding of 2.384 million towards school maintenance, so that goes forward too. And the report also details the levels of investment required to maintain the WHQS, the Welsh Housing Quality Standards, the waste service development, as we talked about, leisure facilities, funding for disabled facility grants, and funding in relation to economic and tourism development. So basically, the recommendations before you, and I won't read them all out because some of them, the first one is that the Cabinet recommend to Council, so we are recommending to the Council that the capital strategy is as set out in Appendix 1 and that we approve that. That the Cabinet, that we also, the Council recommend the final programme for the years 22-23 are set out in Appendix 2, and there's a recommendation to Council for various delegations so that you have recommendations 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8, and I'll read them out if you want me to, but they are written in front of you, so it gives delegations in terms of additions, deletions, for various areas such as Section 106, energy management schemes, asset renewal, housing improvement plan, building strong communities funds, and things like Band B programme, or the Sustainable Communities for Learning, as it's now called. So I won't read them out unless you really want me to. So can I formally move the recommendations? But basically, we agree Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 and those delegations which are listed. Can I formally move, please?
Can I formally second, Mayor, and reserve the right to come in later if needed?
Councillor Johnson.
Oh, Mayor, can I just clarify, because in my papers there's also recommendation 9 after all of the delegations, which refers to the reprofiling the housing improvement programme for the years.
My apologies.
Is that also? Thank you.
Number 9 is the Cabinet approves the reprofiling the housing improvement programme for 22-23 to 26-27. In my haste, I forgot to put it. I apologise.
And I'll second that bit as well.
Councillor Johnson.
So, Mayor, I was just going to try and find paragraph 2.51 that I was referring to, but thank you much for the report, Leader. There's an awful lot of work that's underway that's part of the capital strategy, and I think I hope we're all very supportive of that. A couple of quick points I'd like to make. Firstly, I think it is disappointing that Welsh Government have reduced their level of funding by, I think, just over £1 million. I think if I read that correctly in the report. That's a bit of a shame. I know that on the flip side, I know my colleagues from the Barrack Ward are grateful to see investment being undertaken in the Knapp Skate Park and in the Eastern Shelter and Barry Island Promenade. That's good to see, and so that's been a matter of local interest and interest here in the council chamber in the past year or so. My final comment is a repeat of what I made in the scrutiny. So I'd like to reiterate comments regarding the sustainable learning communities, what is it, the 21st century schools, whatever that's called now. As I said in corporate performance and resources, I think it was, the Welsh in Education strategic plan is a 10-year programme. Our capital strategy is a 5-year programme. At this point in time, and I appreciate that the WESP has been through a draft and consultation and not yet been agreed by Cabinet, although I hope it will be shortly in line with Welsh Government timelines. But we don't actually, I don't feel from reading this that I have a clear alignment of the aims of the WESP alongside our capital strategy. And I'd appreciate, I know that the Cabinet member has indicated that she might wish to speak, but I would again appreciate a level of reassurance regarding the development of the WESP and the council capital strategy to ensure alignment in future. Thank you, Leader and Cabinet member.
Thank you. I'm sure that the Deputy Leader and Cabinet member will come in, but my understanding is there will be a report to Cabinet next Monday in relation to it.
Leader.
I don't know whether Liz wants to come in at this stage or not, because nobody else has got their hand up.
No one else indicated they wish to speak. Councillor Burnett, you wish to comment?
Yes, if I might as well. Thank you. Do you know, it's always difficult when you have different timescales on things and you're trying to get the West to operate in a 10-year thing, and then you've got, I mean, the capital programme, we're really pleased that we've got it up to 5 years, but actually looking at the growth and investment fund, I'd actually like to develop a 10-year programme going forward, so that we know where we're going. For far too long, as I said when we took that to cabinet, that our plans have had to be like jigsaws, where you fill in the pieces of the jigsaw when funding becomes available, and that's not a good way to do a strategy. And I'm really pleased that we're getting to a place which I would have liked to have been at a couple of years ago, to be honest, or more than a couple of years ago, in terms of getting onto a strategic level in terms of regeneration of communities, education facilities, employment, because as far as I'm concerned, we should be going back to the concept of whole town regeneration, which we were talking about back in sort of 2012, 2013. And for that, we are totally committed to the support of the Welsh language, and that also means the support for Welsh language education, Welsh medium education, and as we develop our next plans for the sustainable communities for learning, then that has obviously got to play a major part in that as well. So if I am in a position to be taking that forward, then you have my commitment to that for the future. I would like to take an opportunity just to make a few comments though on the capital programme. First of all, I need to make a slight amendment to the school investment programme, which starts at paragraph 2.36. In fact, talking 2.38, it says about that we delivered 4 of the 12 schools within Band B. Well, actually, no, we did 5 this year. We did Whitmore High School, we did Escolborough, we did St David's Church and Well Primary, and actually South Point the children are now in and thoroughly enjoying their new schools. I'll be there next week with the minister. So I mean, if we'd got our way, then the waterfront would have been open as well now, but unfortunately it's taken a few more battles there, but happily that is now on track, and long may that commitment to education continue. And alongside that, I think it's about 2 million, I think, about 2.3 million in asset renewal as well in the budget next year. So it's not all about just building new schools, it's making sure that all our schools are of suitable standard and suitable layout for the pupils that are in it. The other commitments that we've got in terms of education, in terms of housing, talking about 142 million housing programme. One of the things, we talk quite a bit about homelessness, and we had that phenomenal not success but output with the lodges by Court Road, but I should imagine that a lot of members are having exactly the same conversations as I am with local residents who it's about housing stability. It's having a stable home. Many people living in privately rented accommodation in our communities do not have stable housing. I've heard of people who have had to move 3 times during the pandemic, who are key workers, who've had notice served on them, and all right, you say, well, you don't have to move, it's legal. No, I can't cope with the stress, I'm going to have to move. We need to have stable homes for people in our communities, and we are working just as hard as we can to be able to deliver those. So that is also a great step forward. And the commitment to zero carbon as well, and the investment that we're making in homes, buildings, schools, and other programs as well is to be commended. It is a large capital programme, but I think again we have to think ahead. We have to try and get ahead of the curve in terms of maintenance in our communities. It's been mentioned about the maintenance, the plan for the island and the NAP, etc. We've just seen maintenance on Penarth Esplanade and
your 5 minutes is nearly up, sorry.
Yeah, and the Pier Pavilion. That hasn't been done for years, and we need to be ready so that we aren't left adrift in the troublesome years to come. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I think if nobody else is going to move, I thank Councillor Burnett for those comments. Can I formally move the recommendation? And Donna Pembury wishes to take to the vote or agree by affirmation. Looks like by affirmation.
No one has indicated, Leader, so I think we can take that accepted. Thank
you very much. In that case, we will go to the next item, which is the final housing revenue account proposals. It's as you know, each local authority is required under Section 74 of the 89 Act, Local Government and Housing Act, to keep a housing revenue account. Section 76 of the Act requires the local authority to set a budget, which is what we're doing here on an annual basis, and that must be so that the housing revenue account reserve at the year end is not in a deficit position. Each authority will endeavour to have a working balance on the HRA, which we are for exceptional circumstances. So basically, this is a report for social housing rents 2, which were issued by Welsh Government on the 29th of December, and it advised that the maximum allowable uplift can be set at CPI only this year, and it was CPI as of September 2021, which was 3.1%. So it is proposed that the rents are increased not by that amount, but by 2.75%, which is less than the maximum, which is a maximum allowable. But I do make the point that it still allows the housing business plan to be viable. Indeed, due to COVID-19, Welsh Government did also suspend the target rent bands for 22-23, and now they've been replaced by self-certification and a self-certification monitoring form. So in order to comply with the rent policy, social landlords must ensure that average weekly rent for the general needs and sheltered housing provides value for money and affordability to tenants. The council has demonstrated this by the use of the Housemark affordability tool, which compares council house rents with local registered landlords, and the council rents were found to be less than the average rent charged by most registered social landlords for most property sizes and types. In addition, council tenants pay less than 30% of their income on rent, which is a common affordability test. So the details of the budget are set out in the report itself, as well as rent rates and other charges, which are outlined, and the increases of other charges, which are detailed in the report, which would take effect from 1st of April. So can I move the HRA budget as proposed for 22-23, as contained in the report, and that Appendix 1 be approved, that the average rent increase of 2.75% be approved. The increase suggested for other services are also within the report and are approved. I think you'll find them at paragraph 2.11 to 2.24 of the 28th of February report. And the charges for services, again outlined in the 22-23 financial report, again within the report itself, be approved. And that all changes to rent and service charges are implemented from the 1st of April, and that increased notices are sent to tenants 28 days in advance of the new charges coming into effect. What I am really pleased about is that we're still able to continue to have the housing business plan, and that we can set our rents at below the maximum level. Clearly, there are some increases to some of the proposed charges, but they're generally in line with what I've just proposed. So can I formally move, please?
And formally second, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Burnett. No one has indicated they wish to speak, so I assume that's accepted.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. The next item is Treasury Management and Investment. And again, it was interesting that we had a seminar this week, which I think was excellent, and one which hopefully we will see again. But the purpose of this report is to present the interim report on the Council of Treasury Management from the 1st of April to the 31st of December, and to submit for consideration the proposed 22-23 Treasury Management and Investment Strategy. Insofar as the Council's Treasury Management operations entered into the period 1st of April to the 31st of December are concerned, all activities, as I would expect, were in accordance with the Council's approved strategy on Treasury Management. Interest amounting to £222,816 has been received from maturing local authority and debt management deposit facility investments for the first 9 months. Investments were also placed with money market funds during the year, yielding just over nearly £3,000, and again a Lloyd's Instant account yielding about £660. Only one investment was invested in Treasury bills, because for the majority of the accounting period under review, Treasury bills offered negative returns, and I think we've reported that before in the past. The one investment yielded a return of £798, and that details of the monies borrowed are also shown in the report, and the rate of interest paid on each loan is largely dependent upon the original duration of the loan and the date taken out. With regards to the Treasury Management and Investment Strategy itself for 22-23, they are detailed and contained within Appendix 1, but the strategy contains the following. Things like the proposed borrowing strategy for 22-23, which does reflect the capital proposals for 22-23 to 26-27, and the predictions with regards to interest rates for the coming years, although that is particularly difficult. The proposed minimum revenue provision, the MRP as it's called, for the coming year is also listed within that. And to clarify what that actually means is that it's capital expenditure when financed by long-term debt incurs 2 elements of cost: interest on and repayment of the principal sum borrowed. Therefore, the resources the council must put aside in each year to repay, therefore the council must put aside, the amount in each year for the principal sum borrowed, and that is known as the MRP. It's also proposed that our current approach to calculating the MRP it continues as we did last year. The strategy also contains details concerning the current economic background within which the council will have to operate, and prospects for the interest rates going forward. Whether they go up or down is a guess at this stage. Our investment strategy is also contained within it for 22-23, along with the performance targets for 22-23 too. As I said, there was a Treasury Management training session for members on the 1st of March, and indeed that was particularly helpful, I think, informative. And I think it would be good if as more people would have attended, but one of the things we did say is that does have to form part of the induction programme for new but also returning members, because this is a bit of a minefield. But one of the things that I was happy to hear, although I expected it, was that praise was given to our officers for the way that they use our money, the way they invest it, and the way that they work, how they can do it. So basically, we'll continue to use the programs go forward, but more particularly, we will adopt the new SIPFA 2001 edition of the Prudential Code, together with the Treasury Management and Public Services Code of Practice and cross-sectional guidance notes published in December. There are new codes going forward. So it's recommended that the Treasury Management Interim Report for the 1st of April to 31st of December be endorsed. that the policy for making the minimum revenue provision in 22-23 be approved as it was last year, and that the proposed 22-23 Treasury management and investment strategy be approved, including the specific resolutions detailed in Appendix 1. And I think we should also formally adopt the new SIP for 2021 edition of the Prudential Code, together with the Treasury Management in Public Services Code of Practice and the cross-sectional notes be approved, as this is a statutory requirement anyway. So we have little choice in doing that, and if we didn't, we would be foul of the law. Can I say that the amount of work that goes into this is phenomenal. It is a bit of a minefield, and as I said, I think the seminar was very, very good, and I commend it to anybody who's comes as a new councillor, particularly, but even for those who have been here for a long time, like me, who learn something every time you go to one of those things. So can I formally move the recommendations, please?
And formally second, me.
One has indicated they wish to speak on this, so I take that as acceptance.
Good, thank you very much. Can I thank members for that? Can I next go to item 8H, which is the annual delivery plan? Again, this has been around the cabinet, the scrutiny committees, and basically the report sets out the draft annual plan, which is Appendix A, how it's been developed, the outcome of the consultation and the subsequent changes to the plan. The annual plan for 22-23 was obviously aligned to the Council's full wellbeing objectives, and the plan details the activities that will be undertaken during 22-23 to deliver those objectives. The actions in the plan would also contribute to the 6 cross-cutting themes, and they are things like the Project Zero, hardship theme, care and support, transformation, infrastructure, and community capacity. And the commitments within the delivery plan will be reflected in those annual plans together with the service improvement targets, which will obviously go forward. I don't really want to go on too much about this because clearly we have seen this progress. We're asking we can note that there was a consultation report in Appendix B, which came to the Cabinet meeting on the 28th of February, and obviously the updated annual delivery plan in Appendix A. So we are asking we've also took into consideration scrutiny, and basically what we're asking Council to do is endorse the draft annual plan to become the annual delivery plan, which is, as I said, at Appendix A for approval and endorsement. So can I formally move? As I say, it's been considered by its Cabinet and scrutiny on many occasions, but it is the plan to go forward for the next year. So can I formally move, please?
And formally second, me.
One has indicated they wish to speak, so I take that as accepted.
Thank you very much. Next item is the Housing Revenue Account Business Plan, and I referred to some of it earlier on in the basis that this is a plan which allows us to set out our 30-year business plan for housing to support the Council continued major repairs allowance investment from Welsh Government, which this is done on the assumption that we still will have the major repairs allowance at a normal figure of about £2.77 million per annum. It's also a plan which shows that it's able and affordable to build new and have acquisition schemes of something like £320 million over the 30-year period. They have considered the provision for debts, and that's been reduced by 3%. But basically, as I say, the business plan reflects the work being undertaken reflected the work during the pandemic and what's to come, and the continued development of sustainable communities and delivering the key services. The submission of the housing plan as a deadline of the 31st of March, while it's here. The plan is focused as a focused document covering the main areas, and most importantly, as I said, the housing plan is both viable and sustainable. in terms of the council's obligations under the Welsh Housing Quality Standards for existing stock, but it also provides consideration of the investment need to respond to climate change, a new build and the regeneration, whilst managing the level of debt within the HRA. We've just set the rents at 2.7, which still means it's viable. And so can I commend the Housing Revenue Business Plan to you for forwarding on to the Welsh Government by the 31st of March, please.
And formally second the recommendations.
Nobody has indicated they wish to speak, so that is accepted.
Thank you very much. And I think I might try and get a bit of a rest now, because the next item is item 8J, and this is the Cardiff and Vale Glamorgan Population Needs Assessment 2022, which came to Cabinet on Monday. And I think that the Cabinet member is prepared to take this for me and give me
absolutely. Okay, thank you, Leader, and yeah, have some water to recover the vocal cords. The population needs assessment is a large document. As the Leader stated, I brought this to Cabinet last Monday. This is the final report for the second population needs assessment for Cardiff and the Vale of Glamorgan, following the first, which was published in 2017. P&A, as it's referred to, the P&A should be read alongside the complementary wellbeing assessments for Cardiff and the Vale of Glamorgan to gain a comprehensive understanding of the region. Now, the actual assessment took place between May 2021 and March 2022 and provided an update on the 2017 report. It's been constantly reflecting what's been coming in and the data that's been analysed. Existing data and reports were used to inform the assessment, alongside dedicated engagement work in the forms of surveys for the public, children, young people, in HMP Cardiff, and professionals, providers, as well as focus groups. Some councillors may remember a draft of this was considered by the Healthy Living Social Care Scrutiny Committee in January 2022, and I must say it was a really good debate and a conversation about it, and I think our colleagues across in health were very impressed with the level of detail that members have put in on all sides, have put into reading and commenting on the report. And so I do feel by bringing this here now, this is something which, as a council, we've done a lot to consider. Improvements in care and services have been made across all population groups since the 2017 population needs assessment, despite the challenges of COVID-19. But clearly, COVID-19 has had a number of impacts, including increasing demand for services, especially mental health, and changing modes of delivery for many services. There are a number of resolutions. This was a matter for executive and council decision. It should be worth noting that as a document, this is something which is signed off by our respective partners in the regional partnership, or the statutory partners, Cardiff Council and the Health Board as well. And this is why it comes through to council. And so I would ask that you formally accept and the moved recommendations 1, 2, 3 of the report as presented to Cabinet.
Can I formally move there's a tremendous amount of work gone into this, but clearly it's a joint venture between ourselves, Cardiff, and the UHB. So it needs to be addressed by each of us. So can I formally second and thank Ben for that?
Thank you. No one has indicated they wish to speak on this topic, so I assume this is accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is 8K. Again, it's national collaboration arrangements for Welsh adoption and fostering services. And again, I think Cabinet Member Ben Gray will take this one.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, if I just take us through this one briefly. Some members may be aware of how the adoption processes in Wales have been set up using collaboratives, and we use a different region for those compared with, say, the footprint of the RPB or the Cardiff City region. And as the host authority, we are in place to manage the Vale, Valleys and Cardiff Adoption Collaborative region. As part of that, we feed into the National Adoption Service, and there recently has been a new service launched, Foster Wales, which is seeking to increase the visibility of foster carer recruitment by local authorities by putting them under one banner. The consequence of this is the governance arrangements. It's been determined that these should fall under the National Adoption Service's governance arrangements. So the the paper that came to Cabinet, referenced here under 858, talks to the reasons for this, and there are a number of resolutions there which I would formally move to Council that they support those and allow us to move forward with the governance arrangements now that Foster Wales is part of the National Adoption Service.
Can I formally second, so we entered into the agreement, etc.
Thank you, Leader. No one has indicated they wish to speak, so that is accepted. Item L, is that back to the Leader?
Indeed, this is non-domestic rates, retail, hospitality and leisure rates relief, which came in. I brought it in urgently because.
Excuse me, Leader, can I check if Councillor Cave is leaving?
Certainly, she is still here.
Hello, Karen. No, I'm not leaving. I'm not sure why you think I am.
Sorry, I thought you had declared an interest in the item and you were going to leave.
No, I just said that if there was a vote, I wouldn't vote. Not that I would leave.
Okay.
Yeah, she's abstaining from the vote.
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
Okay. I think that's a bit strange, but however. Basically, the reason it's here is because it has to be introduced by the 1st of April. The purpose is to confirm the adoption of this retail hospitality and leisure release scheme for 22-23. Obviously, it's relating to qualified businesses within the Vale area and the discretion relief powers in accordance with Section 47 of the Local Government Finance Act. It does draw attention to the funding that would be provided by Welsh Government in order to support this. But clearly, in terms of the report itself, it brings it forward. It confirms the funding will be available, and also that we adopt this retail and retail hospitality leisure rates release for the year. Clearly, it is something which needs to be, in order to allocate the funding, the council must adopt it. There has to be some eligibility criteria, so people have to apply for it. So it doesn't come automatically. You do have to apply for it. And appended to the report which came last week was the guidance. The recommendations were that came forward was that council adopts the retail hospitality leisure rates relief scheme and for 22-23. In accordance with the provisions of Section 47 of the Local Government Finance Act, that would resolve to award the relief to all qualifying businesses, as in accordance with the non-domestic rates relief hospitality and leisure rates relief guidance issued by the Welsh Government at Appendix A, which is the appendix I've got, the guidance, and that we also resolve to award entitlement to eligible businesses following receipt of a valid application form. So that's clearly something which we adopt, and our officers will once again deal with the money going out the door to the businesses within the Vale of Glamorgan. I'm not going to say any more than that, so can I formally move those recommendations? And hopefully, when the 1st of April comes, there will already be some applications coming through the door, and we can once again help with the non-domestic rates relief. So can I formally move, please?
And formally second, Mayor.
No one has indicated they wish to speak, so that's accepted.
Thank you.
And at this conjuncture, I think this time we took a 10-minute comfort break because we have quite a lot to carry on with. So with council's approval.
10 minutes?
10-minute council comfort break. Is that all right for everybody?
You're in charge, Mayor.
Right, 10 minutes then. Thank you.
Thank you. If everybody's back, Mayor. So,
Why should we?
Shall we continue?
okay.
Agenda item 9.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the council tax resolution. As you all know, we've just set the budget, so this moves on from there. And the council tax resolution is written before you, which I don't intend to read out, but it shows the calculations for each of the areas. As a result of the updated report, there were some changes to the original report. Therefore, this is an amended and a supplementary report. And I would just highlight the fact that under resolution 2A, C and D, there are some slight changes to the original figures which are calculated, and clearly because of the £4,000 that came in, there were some differences that need to be addressed, and they are covered in the report. It also covers in the report the valuation bands, and they also include the precepts from the Town and Community Councils and the Police and Crime Commissioner. So can I formally move the resolution as it stands, please?
And formally second, Mayor.
And no one has indicated they wish to speak, so that's accepted.
It's a formality. Now we've set the budget with all respect. The next item on the agenda is item 10, and there are 10 items. There are A to N within the pack that you have. There were some that were coming forward, and you should have had that when the supplementary reports came out in relation to 10I and 10K, which was the non-treasury service investment strategy and the housing revenue account business plan. So you should have had all those in the pack that were sent out recently. So can I formally move that they all be noted as they were use of 14/4/14, mainly to bring the reports to this meeting today. So can I formally move that, please?
And formally second, Mayor.
No indication anyone wishes to speak, so it is accepted.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we go into the questions from councillors, and I do know that we have an urgent report later at 13I and 2 again, which has been sent out in that pack. So can I start with agenda item 11, which is question 1, which is from Councillor Johnson in relation to the active travel route between Dinas Powys and Barry. And I think that goes to Councillor Peter King, please. You're on mute, Peter.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Mayor. I'm now not on mute. Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for your question. It's in relation to active travel route between Dinas Powys and Barry, and as far as the active travel route proposals are concerned, in 21-22 my officers have undertaken the following activities: a flood consequences assessment, a land ownership investigation, an options appraisal of onward active travel routes into Cardiff, and a review of previous work to date. I can advise that a consultation exercise on possible options for the active travel route is due to take place within the next 8 weeks. Then, depending upon Welsh Government funding available for any chosen route, the scheme can be taken forward to concept design from April 22.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Could I thank Councillor King for that response? That does sound promising, but can he explain the Welsh Government funding proposals for this and the timescale that's likely to be working within?
I think the fairest answer I can offer the councillor is no. Most of the Welsh things that Welsh Government do bewilder me. I will take advice from officers and reply to you in a more cogent manner, perhaps.
Thank you, Councillor King. Question 2 is from Councillor.
Yes, Mayor. If Councillor Johnson doesn't mind, I'll be taking this on the basis that I've been on the negotiations in relation to Ukraine, and I know that Margaret has been away for a couple of days. And you've asked what discussions are taking place between the council and other organisations. I did answer some of that during the comment that I made at the beginning. And again, I'd just like to pass on my personal thoughts to the Ukrainian people who are suffering unimaginable hardship. And again, the barbaric and utter contempt I have for the president of Russia. The Vale Glamorgan actually shares the global community's outrage at this and at this completely unprovoked attack, as I said. In recent days, the Home Secretary has announced a raft of new measures, including temporary visa concessions designed to help family members of British nationals living in Ukraine and Ukrainians who with no family connection to the UK. But even though what I'm going to say may have moved on either this afternoon or this evening, because it is a movable feast. In terms of the authority, we did have initial discussions with the Home Office alongside other Welsh authorities. And as I said, I've had a meeting with Welsh Government ministers alongside WLGA too. And we will continue to work with local partners to understand the emerging detail of these new schemes, including both the Ukrainian family scheme and the local sponsorship scheme for the Ukraine. I hope that, you know, one of the things you hope for is a diplomatic solution, but I can't see that, to be honest. And unless targeted sanctions prove effective, and I'm not sure whether that will be the case at the moment, in stopping the invasion and the absolute outrage that everybody feels towards this, and we will continue to assist those desperately seeking refuge in neighbouring countries. As I said, basically, and I'll repeat, we will demonstrate our commitment to refugees, both to the Iranians and indeed others who are living in Ukraine, Iranians, Ukrainians. But in the same way as we've done with the Syrian and Afghan refugees. So, you know, we will continue to work as best we can, but clearly we can only do that in combination with the Welsh Government and with the UK Government. I really can't tell you much more than that at the moment, on the basis that, but I will give you the assurance that we have talked to the officers have talked to the Home Office, continue to talk to the Home Office in terms of the other refugees, but clearly these two, and we will continue to work with our partners through the 22 authorities in Wales, who have all given assurances that they will help, along with the WLGA. I really can't say any more than that, to be honest, Ian, but be assured that, you know, if anything comes out, we will keep everybody informed.
The supplementary, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you much, Mayor. Thank you very much, Leader. Obviously, this question was submitted naturally a week in advance of today. It's a dreadful situation and one which is changing rapidly. I'm sure that the Leader and other local authority in Wales will do as much as they can. Just quickly, briefly, one idea that's been raised this evening is that Wizz Air, which is one of the Ukraine-based airlines who has close links, also has a base in Cardiff. And so the suggestion has come up regarding the use of Cardiff Airport as a potential entry for refugees coming to the UK. I just wanted to sort of flag that with you and wonder whether there's anything that we can do, obviously, as an airport based within our borders.
A very good suggestion, to be honest. I hadn't come across that one before, I have to admit. But if there's anything will do, then we will do. To be fair, because if it's a way of getting people away from the war zone in any shape or form, although presumably they wouldn't be able to fly out of Ukraine itself, but they could fly out of Romania or Slovakia even, or Poland or wherever. But yes, we will obviously do as much as we possibly can in terms of support. And it is something that's a good idea. Actually, we will raise it. And if it doesn't come up in conversation, it will. Let's put it that way.
Leader. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. The next question is from Councillor Johnson to Cabinet Member for Legal, Regulatory and Planning Services.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And the questions regarding works on East Quay at Barry. Thank you for the question, and similar to a public question which has also been submitted to this meeting, and I'll answer that in a similar fashion. The outline planning permission for the waterfront regeneration contains conditions which require potential contamination to be investigated and were found remediated. A geotechnical assessment of the area in question details that backfilled graving dock is effectively a waste containment cell constructed with an engineered high-density polythene liner having been backfilled with contaminated soils from within the Vale docks complex. A public open space scheme has been approved in this area, and that involves levels being raised by 600 millimetres with clean cover material to ensure that the contained area is not disturbed. Conditions on this planning permission also require a verification report to be submitted, and this will be required once remediation has been completed. A further condition requires a plan to be implemented regarding long-term monitoring. The Council's Shared Regulatory Services, SRS, reviews and assesses all information received as part of the planning process in relation to land contamination conditions on planning consents. Should any concerns be raised that the developer has breached the planning conditions, then the Council's planning enforcement team would investigate such matters with support technical guidance from SRS as necessary. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. That was a quite a technical answer, and I'm not sure I heard it all properly. But could the Cabinet Member confirm then who has the ultimate responsibility for the graving dock to make sure it's not leaching into the docks and fix issues? Is that our responsibility, or is that with the developers?
It is the developers, but what will happen is it'll be monitored, as I've said in my answer. It will be monitored, and any breaches will be looked at by the SRS and the Council's planning enforcement team. So there is monitoring that goes on. There is a monitoring plan that will have to be put in place as part of the conditions, and once the work has been done, the remediation work, that will also be assessed prior to it being agreed. As you're aware, that's all part of the planning process.
Councillor Williams. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Next question is from Councillor Johnson to the Leader.
Sorry, I've just done a debate about the comment that Ian made because I was present when we agreed on that, yeah. and I can't recall if it was.
And so was I.
I know. I don't know if it was. I think it's the developer's responsibility, to be honest, because ABP passed over all the land to them. But we can certainly confirm that. But it's my understanding is the developer's responsibility.
Yeah,
anyway,
would be helpful. Thank you.
It's the developer. They have to make the. There's a plan they have to put in place, and that's checked once. Sorry, plan. Once the remediation works, that's checked over, and then also there'll be monitoring taking place. It is all down to the developer to do that work, but we, as a council, have a monitoring requirement so that to make sure if there's any reasons for a breach or whatever, then the SRS team will take action as required.
Sorry, my apologies to intervene to the Cabinet Member, but it's something that we dealt with a long time ago. Anyway, the next item is a question from Councillor Johnson in relation to the learning from the pandemic. What I'd like to do is to take the opportunity to thank our council colleagues for the tremendous work that they did throughout the difficult time and to tumultuous us 2 years, in particular to the Council's emergency planning team, who have coordinated the organisation's response in line with our emergency planning procedures, as well as all the other frontline staff who continue to deliver in extremely difficult circumstances. So we have learned a considerable amount in order to keep things working during difficult times. However, the period has been an emergency like no other, and we have seen commitment, dedication and ingenuity across every council service. You will recall that the coronavirus recovery strategy was adopted in autumn of 2020, fairly early on in some respects, at the time when we thought that the recovery period was thought to be emerging, but clearly, you know, we've moved on from that. The work has continued in relation to that strategy, and we have reflected the significant learning to that point, including the results of our staff survey, obviously, because the way that our staff have worked has been obviously totally different to the way it's done in the past. The contents of that strategy does remain relevant and has been incorporated into the Council's 2 subsequent annual delivery plans, which we passed tonight, which assists with the progress of the corporate plan. But during the production of the ADP, the annual delivery plan, a range of things have been considered, and that's why I say that they're within there now more than anywhere else. But we still have the recovery plan at heart too, and the organisation's pandemic response has been a key driver to the annual delivery plan moving forward. You will note that the 6 themes have been used in developing the ADP, and we've considered them earlier in this evening. As I said, we've agreed those and acknowledged their particular relevance to the pandemic, as well as other factors affecting our community at the current time. We've also conducted a review of the Council's pandemic response via the emergency planning process, to ensure that lessons are learned and reflected in these processes. And indeed, that is also the case in relation to the combination work that we've dealt with Cardiff and the UHB in particular, and the intermediate emergency plans that we put together in that time. We are still and currently contributing to discussions with our partners. Whilst there were strong links before, as I said, they've been strengthened during the pandemic, particularly, as I said, with Cardiff and UHW and can't think of the organisation, and others within the health arena. And as time progresses and the coronavirus diminishes to influence our lives, we will obviously see us move our focus to a different range of public health, well-being and social care issues. But clearly, the amount of work that we've carried out with Public Health Wales, as well as the Health Board, has strengthened those ways of working. And a lot of things are starting to calm down now. We still have agreed that should need to be ramped up, then it can be done very, very quickly. But we've learned a lot. As I said, we used to meet, at least once a week, if not more often. Officers virtually met daily, and currently we're meeting with Health on a fortnightly basis. But the other thing is, of course, that as I said, we'll move our focus in terms of public health and well-being and the social care issues in particular, and that's being progressed, for example, by the Public Service Board too, because the Public Service Board is there, and it's always now a standing item on the agenda for all partners to share either their experiences and what is being sort of reflected in their own well-being plans, which obviously have recently been completed, and a well-being assessment have been sent off and completed as part of that. But pandemic has changed the way many people work and the way we go forward. We still have discussions underway at a regional and national level, and the Council will contribute to the National Coronavirus Inquiry, because that's going to come up soon, and reflect on any findings emerging from that inquiry. Sorry, I'm a bit waffling this bit again, I suppose, but organisational learning is clearly an important part of how we continue to improve those services, and our readiness for the future. Then the Local Government Election Wales Act has introduced a new self-assessment duty, as again has been reported previously, which does impact on our progress and look at where we're going. This should and will provide a mechanism for capturing and sharing our learning and it has to feed into our service plans as well for the delivery on an annual basis. I can give you some examples, but you could be here all night really. To be honest, there's lots of things that we've learnt, and I'm going to have to share those experiences for the future. And I guess, we talk about the new normal, but it certainly isn't going to be the old normal, and we have to look back and consider the fact that this has came out of nowhere, but we must accept the fact that we probably could be hit with either something new or a variant which comes out of left field. I don't know if that helps, Ian, but there's lots of things that we've done. We talked about in terms of the annual delivery plan, things like Project Zero and how the changes are brought about by the pandemic, things like community capacity of building and working with our volunteers of things like the Vale Heroes, which were amazing, and it shows the community spirit that's out there during the pandemic and still continuing, to be fair. We talked about learning the experience of different type of hardships that they've experienced. Talked about the care and support. One of the issues that we've had to learn from is that there's a lot of care support needed. We've lost 2 of our care homes. Another one that we think is on the edge, and hopefully not, but we still have those responsibilities. So that is we worked in terms of that, so that we have to work in terms of health with moving forward to care homes. We've had to work with voluntary organisations, and one wonderful example, to be honest, is the food pod in Penarth and the food banks. And they're working on, so we still have this care and support, and obviously we're gonna have to look at things the way we work with our infrastructure in the future. So I think we've learned a lot, but if there's some of the specifics, but I think as time goes on, we'll have to review the annual delivery plan that we've agreed today to make sure that we're still addressing those things, even though they may not be with us today, but they could be with us tomorrow. I don't know if that helps. It's a bit of a waffle, I'm sorry, but what can you say about what you learned about the pandemic? There's so much, and it's so varied, to be honest. So what new normal is going to be is anybody's guess. Sorry.
Supplementary, please, Mayor. And thank you very much for the detailed answer. It's obviously not something that it's difficult to wrap up all of the different elements of learning within this, but I'm very pleased to hear about the different ways in which the council has been approaching this. I think I'm just interested to understand how in future we'll be capturing that in one document or a moving document, and how we're going, given that these have taken place within a Welsh context, and for reasons I don't really understand, Welsh governments don't seem to want a Wales only inquiry, how we're going to be capturing those things at a national level to ensure that local government can respond quickly to this in the future.
Well, we've already been contacted by the person, the chair of the inquiry anyway, and reminded us that any information captured should be kept, so that the inquiry can have that detail. But let's be honest, it's a pandemic. It's it's not just Wales wide. It's UK wide. It's Wales wide. It's worldwide. So we have to learn these different things. But and the other thing is, of course, in terms of the annual delivery plan, that feeds into the service plans, and that's where the nitty-gritty will be within the service plans themselves to deal with anything that comes forward. But I have to say, our emergency planning teams have been absolutely marvellous. And if you think about the things that they've also been hit with recently, is the things like the floods and the hurricanes that we've had. And they not only continued with the pandemic stuff, they automatically shifted to that and opened up the emergency centres and things. So I think the resilience within the authority has improved dramatically and starkly for and you'd never have thought it, the way that different people now work at home and things. So we have learned a tremendous amount, but as I said, I think the nitty-gritty will be in the annual delivery plan, the way that we review it, but also the way in which the service delivery plans are put together. So again, sorry, a bit of a waffle, but there's no simple answer, to be honest.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Question 5 is from Councillor Carroll to the Cabinet Member for Neighbourhood Services and Transport.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. It's about parking surveys on Dochdewy Estate, Llandoch. Thank you, Councillor, for your question, which you needed to submit a few days ago. However, since doing that, you and I have had the chance to meet with officers for a somewhat this word's getting me, this one. I must stop writing it. Preliminary look at the survey results. My officers explained the assumptions made, but the video footage had not yet been fully considered, and together we made some initial assessments. I believe we left things with you going to seek a meeting with the Community Council, aided by my officers.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. No real need for a supplementary because things have moved on, but thank the Cabinet Member for meeting, and we will follow up as agreed.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll.
My next question again was from Councillor Carroll. Sorry, in relation to Eagles Road School, and if he doesn't mind, I'll take this on the basis that I've had the discussions, and to be fair, Margaret has not had the opportunity. In terms of, you asked the plans for housing on the former Eagles Road School site. The current position is that Housing and Building Services has previously appropriated the site, as you know, within the LDP in order to increase the Wales Council housing stock. But this was in response to the Welsh Government's directive on councils to increase the scale and pace of their housing building programmes. So this was part of the LDP when we did it at the last time. And it was also there to meet the ever-increasing housing needs of the residents, clearly, and because we know there's a critical shortage of social care and housing in the Vale, and that there are currently 469 applicants in the Homes for You waiting list, that's just in Llantud Major. That said, I fully appreciate the need for facilities to keep pace with new housing sites, but I'm also aware of the feeling locally, having liaised with local councillors, particularly Councillor Gwyn John, who has been very clear of the need for additional health facilities within the town, and I absolutely agree with him. You know, the Llantud Major has increased tremendously over the years, and I know that some of the GP practices are probably running at the maximum. So I share his view, and I've already liaised, and the reason I'm answering this question really, because I've already liaised in cooperation with and along with the chief executive of our chief executive, Rob, with Cardiff and Vale UHB on the issue. So it's been raised, and we've raised it formally. We've raised the fact that there's clear feeling within the town that there needs to be a health centre or whatever. So, and I see no reason why the LDP, whilst it's being reviewed, and that's where we're currently shortly at, the site cannot be designated as a mixed-use site to include something like a health centre provision alongside housing parks or other community facilities such as extra care. So I think, albeit the land currently is in the domain of housing and building services, I'm also aware that we've looked at this before, and I think this is an opportunity for us to reconsider it further for the future. I don't know if that answers your question. I hope it does. Good, thank you. And I probably should also make the comment, to be honest, is that in the past we have tried to market it for mixed site anyway, which wasn't successful at the time. But one of the things the mixed site wasn't considering was a health centre, and I think this is not an apt opportunity for us to do that. And that's what we've progressed with talking to local members, particularly, as I say, Councillor Gwyn John and his other colleagues, but with health too. So we will keep urging health to consider it as part of their ongoing project. But clearly, the health centre obviously has merit, and we don't have the responsibility for it, but health do. So we have to keep on pushing health. So, thank you.
Now we go on to questions from members of the public. This one is from Mrs. Davis Jones to the Cabinet Member for Neighbourhood Services and Transport.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mrs. Davis Jones, for your question. The Council, in conjunction with Cardiff City Region, CCR, has recently installed several electric taxi charging points and has plans for public charging points to be installed in some 20 council-controlled public car parks throughout the Vale of Glamorgan in this summer 2022. We're also working to develop an on-street electric charging policy, which should be completed by spring 22. This policy would advise how the public can request installation or access on-street electric charging facilities. In the meantime, I would suggest that you make contact with our officers to discuss your proposals in more detail. Thank you.
Very much. Question number 2 is from Mr. G. Davis to the Cabinet Member for Neighbourhood Services and Transport.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Davis. I would firstly advise that the Council has no legal duty to provide preferential on-street parking for residents, albeit this is generally accepted in residential areas as custom practice where space is available. The Council is, however, sympathetic to residential areas that might be adversely impacted by visitor numbers, such as in resort or town centre areas, and for this reason we introduced a new resident parking controls policy in July 2020. Details of the new policy can be found on the Council's website or through a telephone inquiry to our contact centre. The Council has recently installed new resident-only parking schemes under its new policy in various high visitor attraction areas. These were located near to the Council's coastal resort areas at Barry Island and Ogmore by Sea last summer, in response to concerns raised over displacement parking into residential areas. It is proposed to review these new residential permit parking schemes after 12 months to understand any specific issues resulting from the new restrictions and policy. The Council is currently recording requests for residents-only parking in various other areas, and I can confirm that Porthcurry Road is already included on the waiting list of schemes for future consideration as soon as suitable funding becomes available. However, I would advise that there is currently a significant waiting list of around 100 locations and, given the limited budget and resource available to implement such schemes, I regret that it is not possible at this stage to provide a timescale when such provision can be provided along Porthcurry Road at this time. I would also like to clarify that the implementation of a resident permit parking scheme will not necessarily enable residents to always park within their street, and will certainly not guarantee parking close to a specific household or property, given the general extent of car ownership within households on residential terraced streets and the limited length of curbside parking available to accommodate such parking. But I can assure you that when the budget becomes available to consider the request for a resident permit parking scheme in more detail along Porthcurry Road, then all residents on the road will be contacted to carry out more informal consultation to obtain a consensus in accordance with the new policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor. Question 3 is from Mrs. Kay Mottram, and it's for the Cabinet Member for Neighbourhood Services and Transport.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mrs. Mottram, for your question on behalf of the residents of High Street, Queen Street and Princess Street in Barry. Whilst I'm disappointed to hear the problems you are all experiencing, I would advise that there are no plans to use enclosed bins or change the existing recycling and waste receptacles that are currently used for curbside collections. I would also emphasise that we do not provide black bags for general refuse. However, the Council's system aims to increase the quality of recycling collected and reduce contamination levels. Increased contamination levels are often a problem with solid receptacles such as wheelie bins, with rogue materials often placed at the bottom of bins, only to be noticed when it is too late and the material has been deposited inside the collection vehicle. Our current collection arrangements may not satisfy all the requirements for material containment in all weathers, but in conjunction with excellent support from our residents, They have ensured that the Vale of Glamorgan is one of the best recycling authorities in the whole of the UK, and I really do recognise that is down to residents, so thank you everybody. The council recognises that misplaced bags can cause obstructions on footpaths, and I have asked that our collection staff are reminded to fold bags up and secure them as practically possible after collection. Additionally, the litter and fly tipping issues will be highlighted to neighbourhood services staff, and there will be a request for an increased staffing and enforcement officer presence in this area. We are always more than happy to work with the community groups with an aim of improving the local environment. Whilst the council has a legal duty to maintain the cleanliness of the public highway and will continue to do so, increasingly we are having to rely more and more on the support of these groups, working with our staff in partnership to improve the cleanliness of local areas to the standard expected by the community. This partnership working has the added bonus of raising awareness amongst communities of the impacts of litter and fly tipping and instilling an ownership of the problem, thereby reducing it over time. Should you and any of your neighbours wish to work with us on a project aimed at improving the specific cleanliness of your own local area, our officers will be pleased to hear from you, and you can do this via our contact centre by phone, letter or email. Thank you.
Question number 4 is from Miss N. Williams to the Cabinet Member for Legal, Regulatory and Planning Services.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Miss N. Williams. This is regarding Model Farm, and it's asking what's the update regarding resubmitting development plans. The planning application for the development of a business park has, following the recent High Court judgment, been returned to the Council for a new decision, which include a review and consideration of any viability information submitted by the applicants. The application will be presented back to Planning Committee for determination in due course, but no date has yet been set, as new consultations are currently underway and will need to be considered fully prior to any recommendation to committee. All neighbours and individuals who previously commented on the application have been notified by letter, and notices have been displayed on site and in the press, which invite any further representations to be made in consideration. The plans and relevant documents can be viewed on the Council's online planning register, or members of the public can contact the Planning Department by phone or email for more information. The Council has also received a direction from Welsh Government restricting the grant of permission until it decides whether the application should be referred to the Welsh Ministers for their decision. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Question number 5 is from Mrs. C. Ockerby, the Executive Leader and Cabinet Member for Performance and Resources.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mrs. Ockerby, for this and the following questions. This is in relation to the planning process. I can assure you that all members of the Council will receive comprehensive and full programme of training when they're elected as a councillor, and the members of the Planning Committee are specifically given additional specific training on their role in decision making. The training is robust and is based on a framework provided by the Welsh Local Government Association and is used across Wales. This is supplemented with the regular ongoing update training and development whereby members, and I don't only mean planning members, any member, are advised of changes to planning law and policy throughout their term. It's also the case that members can access any further support or advice at any time, should they require it, and on many occasions, one-to-one training is arranged, especially when a member cannot attend a scheduled training session, and I would assure you that all councillors have a full package of information available to them whenever they require it. However, it should be noted that members' training does not extend to giving members advice about their own personal developments or personal proposals, and in such cases, they would be expected to seek their own professional advice on such matters, in the same way as any member of the public or other developer. Furthermore, members of the Planning Committee are not expected to be experts in planning law or indeed policy, although they should be aware of the policy and planning legislation as a result of the training, and there's no reason why they should not be. They are, however, advised during the course of the planning committees by qualified officers who provide detailed and thorough reports to planning committee which explain the planning considerations and legal background in each and every case and give clear reasons for their recommendations. In respect to the biomass plant, this was an extremely complex matter to determine and was a matter of judgment as to whether the environmental impact assessment was required at the time the decision was made for the 2015 application. As you know, at that time, the plant was approved and not requiring an environmental impact assessment, which actually aligned with the Welsh Government's advice at that time, who had concluded the same, that it did not need an EIA, or Environmental Improvement Assessment. It is only as a result of the Council's proposed planning enforcement actions taken by the Planning Committee on the advice of the planning officers that prompted the Welsh Government's Planning and Environmental Decisions branch to make a decision, and have now confirmed that an EIA is needed, and the development is part of the development appeal and is now part of the developer's appeal against the Council's enforcement action. So because enforcement action has been taken, Welsh Government Planning and Environment Inspection Branch have reconsidered it and now consider it does need an EIA, and it is requiring that developer as part of the appeal process to consider it. And indeed, we are awaiting any outcome from either the developers or indeed the appeal process, which goes to Welsh Government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader.
Okay, the next item again from Mrs. Opticon, which is barriers and large storage containers in Thompson Street, and in fact, Thompson Street mainly. So thank you for the question. I am advised that the barriers and storage containers, which are also on Dockery Road, actually, which are two 14-foot shipping containers, are actually located in a safe position along the side of the road on Dockview Road, some 20 to 30 metres west of its junction with Thompson Street. The area is kept tidy and safe condition by Wales and the West Utilities as required by the council, and I'm happy that no obstruction is being caused to traffic using this particular section of highway. The barriers and storage containers belong to Wales and the West, who have permission to use this area from the council for storage, whilst they're undertaking essential gas pipeline improvements and network upgrades within the barrier area. Wales and the West Utilities have a statutory duty to maintain their gas networks, and the council considered it appropriate and important for safety reasons to support the company in this endeavour. The Wales and the West Utilities team is currently working in Kingsland Crescent, as I understand it, a side street off Dockview Road, and all being well, its work will be completed after the barriers, and all being well, its works will be completed after the barriers and cabin compound will be removed from the highway. What I should say is once they have completed the work, the barriers and cabin compound will be removed from the highway on Dockview Road. We've inquired about this, and Wales and the West have confirmed it is envisaged that the area will be cleared of equipment and all items on the highway by we were hoping by the date of this meeting. I had no opportunity to go down there today. I think it's probably still there, but I'm not sure. But clearly it will be there for the duration of the work. But once the work is completed, it will be removed. But they are there under licence and in cooperation with this council, because they are a statutory body which need to carry out the work. So I assure you, everything has been done that should be done, and it will be moved as soon as possible. Thank you. Next item again is a question 7, and again from Mrs. Ockerby in relation to Jubilee Street parties. So again, can I thank you for the question? But I'm sure that our Platinum Jubilee celebrations will go on, and indeed Our Platinum Jubilee webpage went live on the 25th of February 2022 and on our Visit the Vale website too. So there is information available should anybody care to look at it on our website. The page gives Vale residents information on celebrations across the county. The beacon lighting, which is something which will be organised, but organised professionally and through organised groups. So it isn't something which will just take place ad hoc. But also the page gives information to residents what to think about when holding a Jubilee party, plus how to apply for street party road closures where applicable, because sometimes they may not be necessary, but if they are, they do have to apply for them. And any further information required for Platinum Jubilee inquiries can be emailed to our events officer. But as I said, there is information on our website which gives you all the information you require should you wish to have a Platinum Jubilee celebration or street party. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. The next question, again from Mrs. Ockerby.
Indeed it
to
is.
the Leader.
Thank you very much. Again, this is in relation to disabled parking bays. It talks about the waiting list. So can I thank you for the question? Something that I raise on a regular basis with officers. The council has a very high demand for disabled parking spaces and a limited budget to implement such facilities, leading to a significant waiting period for those applicants to qualify. Whilst we're not happy with the time that applicants have to wait, we do have a process where residents can apply for a disabled parking bay, whereas many other councils do not. And I think that should be emphasised, that we still carry out this process, albeit the current position is that there are some 43 applications on the waiting list, and the first 10 applications on this list will be progressed in the new financial year, commencing April 2022, as we do on a regular basis. I should say that on occasions, and last time I was leader of the council, we did try to find some extra funding to actually reduce that waiting list. But clearly, we are not in that position at the moment, so we will continue with the 10 applications per year. And as I say, due to the costs and administrative legal procedures that are needed to create a disabled base, so it isn't something we can just do. We have to have legal procedures to go forward. The council can only provide approximately 10 disabled parking places each financial year, and that's within the budget that is available. I can also confirm that the allocations are made in a strict chronological order in which the applicants are received. However, saying that, within the current policy, there is a mechanism whereby the council's social services department can request for a bay to be expedited, but this would only be as a result of a special set of circumstances and in the most critical and crucial cases. I will conclude by advising that disabled parking bays, whilst provided in close proximity to the applicant's home address, are not solely set aside for individual persons, but are available for use by anyone with a valid blue badge. I hope that answers your question in relation to that.
Thank you very much, Leader.
Thank you. Next item is item 9 again from Mrs. Ockerby. I could say that some of the questions actually could be given in advance, so they don't really need to come to council for answering, but we're happy to answer any queries at any time, and our officers are happy to do that. This is in relation to the East Quays and public open space. The outline planning permission, and I think part of this was covered earlier, but the outline planning permission for the waterfront contains conditions which have required potential contamination to be investigated, and where found, remediated. This is part of the regeneration process. A geotechnical assessment in the area in question details that the backfilled graving dock is effectively a waste contaminant cell, as was previously discussed earlier, constructed with an engineering HDPE liner, having backfilled with contaminated soils from the Barry Docks complex. A public open space scheme has been approved in this area, and that involves levels being raised by 600 millimetres with a clean cover material to ensure that the contained area is not disturbed. The conditions of this planning permission also require a verification report to be submitted, and this will be required once the remediation work has been completed. A further condition requires a plan to be implemented regarding long-term monitoring. And as Councillor Williams intimated earlier, the Council's shared regulatory service reviews and assesses all information received as part of the planning process in relation to land contaminated conditions on planning consents. Should any concerns be raised that the developer has breached the planning condition, then the Council's planning enforcement team would investigate such matters with support technical guidance from SRS as necessary. But I think that just basically confirms the comments that were made to Councillor Johnson, I think, by Councillor Eddie Williams earlier. The next item is item 10, again from I think all of them are from me now, is from Mrs. Ockerby, again in relation to the outdoor gym at the leisure centre, and in relation to some progress. Can I thank you again for the question? But I would confirm that we have considered this in scrutiny at one time, I recall, and at Cabinet. But I would confirm that we're extremely keen, together with our leisure management partners, Legacy Leisure, to have this operation as soon as possible, and indeed money is available for it to do so. Whilst orders for this project were placed last year, we've been advised that a certain air temperature is required for the new surface being laid for it to be covered by the manufacturer's warranty. Unfortunately, the earliest time this temperature is likely to be regularly met is in March in this month this year, and therefore this work is programmed to commence in the very near future, but obviously dependent on the requisite weather conditions, and clearly the weather conditions that we've had recently have been pretty low, and I know that there's a likelihood of some frost again in the coming days, but hopefully it can commence very soon. But it will commence once the conditions are right. Thank you very much. Again, the next item is from Mrs. Ockerby, item question 11, and it's in relation to parking restrictions at Barry Island. So can I thank you for this? As you are aware, the Council has introduced new parking restrictions, and again, Councillor King has related to some of that throughout Barry, but particularly throughout Barry Island, which is where the parking restriction question comes to and relates to Barry Island. So we introduced new parking restrictions throughout Barry Island last year, which were implemented following a lengthy consultation exercise as part of the traffic regulation orders. The exercise provided an opportunity for anybody to comment on or object to the proposals. There were no concerns or objections received relating to the number of disabled bays being proposed as part of the scheme at that time. The Council's Cabinet subsequently authorised the proposed traffic regulation order scheme for Barry Island at its meeting on the 21st of June 2021, and as a consequence, the revised parking restrictions, including additional disabled bays, were implemented later in the year, and we will not be altering that arrangement as requested. It's also the case that the Vale Glamorgan Council is committed to improving parking provision for blue badge holders throughout the Vale, including resort areas, so that disabled persons can enjoy the many attractions on offer for their personal well-being. The purpose of the Disabled Blue Badge Scheme is to give greater access to local services by allowing badge holders to park near their destinations, either as a passenger or driver of the vehicle. The disabled parking bays on Friars Road are considered to offer additional safe and convenient parking opportunities to the blue badge holders to ensure they can access the various amenities on offer at Barry Island, as well as enjoy the scenic views afforded by the beach and the coastline within this popular part of the Vale. It's also important to realise that this is a very flat area and therefore easy access is obtained. There is significant alternative street parking available. So just to confirm, yes, we put parking bays there, disabled parking bays, but there is a significant alternative. on-street parking available for other motorists on surrounding roads who have the benefit of being able to walk a little further to access the many facilities and attractions on offer, as well as the 2 large off-street car parks which have been provided by the council to cater for parking demand as the popular Barry Island resort throughout the year and during various events which are programmed. There's also a regular train service that links Barry Island with other mainland services, as well as a bus service and numerous safe, active travel routes. The council does not provide parking for businesses or their employees at either Barry Island or any of its other resorts or town centre car parks. To do so would set an extremely difficult precedent throughout the Vale, with numerous other businesses requesting similar favourable treatment, which is both incompatible and inappropriate. The council's car parks being for either visitors, tourists, or shoppers to support sustainable economic growth for local businesses as well as for employment. So there are adequate car parking facilities available. However, as you may be aware, it has been our desire to help Barry Island to be a thriving attraction, as it has become pretty much all year round. That being the case, I feel that we have achieved that. It's now an all year round resort. However, one consequence can, at times, be litter and general cleanliness, and we do our best to manage that resort, but that has to be paid for, and car parking charges certainly assist with that expense. I would also remind you that we are trailing parking season tickets in some coastal resorts and our country parks, and I'm pleased to say that at the Cabinet last Monday, Cabinet supported my recommendations to cut the cost of season tickets at our coastal resorts, including Barry Island, from £50 to £30 for 6 months and £100 down to £50 for the full year. This effectively offers residents a chance to visit every week for as long as they like for about £1, and which corresponds with the permit charges at the country parks. It is envisaged that this pricing change will take effect from the 1st of April. So in other words, if somebody has a parking ticket for 1 year, it would cost £50 as opposed to £100, which is equivalent to £1 per week. So you could park there as much as you want to during the week for that, using that permit. This option may be of interest and benefit to local and regular visitors, along with businesses and their employees who are looking for convenient and sustainable parking opportunities. Full details of these new season tickets will be available on the council's website. Following on from that, what you may also know is that we're about to install a rising bollard and automatic number plate recognition ANPR system at Rivermouth Car Park, Ogmore by Sea. This is the first system for this authority, and it is envisaged that this will allow us to introduce an hourly scale of charge. Furthermore, and although not part of the fees and charges report, within our capital expenditure plans for 22-23, which we just agreed and passed this evening, funding is included for similar facilities at our country parks and coastal car parks, that is, facilities that is an ANPR system. So we intend to introduce the same hourly scale for those car parks too, albeit it may be favourable to purchase a season ticket, which could offer greater savings for the regular visitor. So we are still progressing our car parking facilities. I trust this answers the question and addresses the issues raised and gives more flexibility than at present. Finally, to cover another area you referred to, and as you are well aware, the council has previously provided dispensation to car park charges in its Barry Island car park for a limited number of organised litter pickers to encourage such activities in the interest of the resort. And we will continue to do this whilst the volunteering are willing to participate. But clearly, once we put the ANPR in, then we you know, on the permits, then we will obviously have to revisit that because it is done on an ad hoc basis. However, as I said, despite such an arrangement, I hope that you appreciate and understand that regrettably we cannot provide dispensation to all groups who make such a request, and the reduction in charges may help to alleviate any such issues. So we do, and in this case, give some dispensations. Once again, I re-emphasize that the revenue from car parks is essential to assist in the ongoing maintenance and management of these well-loved and heavily visited sites, as well as offset costs for other public amenities provided by the council at its coastal resorts. Mayor, I know I've gone on a great deal, but I think it's important that all these things are covered, because we have worked tirelessly with residents to change the way things are affecting them, particularly on the island. We've introduced the car parking charges, we've introduced the permits, and we will introduce the AMPR. And I'm sure that should alleviate some of the issues that are causing issues, if indeed they are. The next item is item 12. Excuse me, can I get another drink of water? The next item is item 12, question 12, again from Mrs. Ockerby. And it's in relation to walking and cycling links from Barry to Dinas Powys. And again, we've had a question to council today, which has been answered, but I will answer it again. I can advise that all the works undertaken to date on this exciting potential active travel scheme, the link to Barry with Dinas Powys, has recently been reviewed by officers, and a consultation exercise on the possible options for the active travel route is due to take place prior to the Easter 2022. We would welcome any comments from beautiful Barry, or anyone else for that matter, who may have possible options during this consultation process. Thank you very much. The next item is item 13, again from Mrs. Ockerby, and it's in relation to CCTV in Holton Road. And again, I would re-emphasize the point that if anybody wants any questions asked about our officers, then they can do so at any time, and then don't have to wait until there's a council meeting. But I will answer the question in relation to the CCTV in Holton Road. It's in relation to businesses that 3 shop windows have been smashed allegedly in Holton Road, and basically I can confirm that CCTV is in place within Holton Road, and I can confirm that the police are investigating this criminal damage and antisocial behaviour. Officers are working closely with people to assist on identifying individuals. As this is an ongoing police investigation, it would not be appropriate for the council to comment further at this stage. Thank you. Next item is item 14, again for me from Mrs. Ockerby, and it's in relation to sewer discharges in the Old Harbour. And again, this relates to a question that we've had recently or previously. And the answer remains the same. It remains the case that Dwy Cymru Welsh Water is the organisation responsible for all combined sewer discharges throughout the Vale, and should residents or others have any concerns regarding such discharges, then the appropriate course of action would be to raise these concerns directly with Dwy Cymru Welsh Water, as previously been advised. Furthermore, Natural Resources Wales has responsibility for water quality, particularly relating to bathing water quality. And again, if residents have or others have any concerns regarding monitoring and sources of pollution, then please contact and contact should be made directly with NRW, for example, via their website. In relation to the water quality generally, I'm pleased to advise that the previous report by NRW clarifies that all bodies of water in Wales, including the Vale, met the good or sufficient standard of water quality when tested by NRW, with Cold Nap, Barry being classified with excellent water quality. No designated bathing beaches were classified as poor. Then, Mayor, I come to item 15, which question 15, again from Mrs. Ockerby, and it relates to the skate park at the Nap. So thank you for the question. And again, I think this has been addressed through our capital programme this evening, but also at Cabinet and indeed at scrutiny committees. Plans for a possible new skate park at the Nap are currently being prepared. Whilst the council has reserved some match funding, and again, it was in the capital programme this evening for this exciting project, along with the contribution that has been kindly confirmed from the Richard Taylor Memorial Fund, additional external funding is still being sought. Until this external funding is confirmed or otherwise, which we hope will actually be the case within the next few weeks, I am unable to make any firm commitments as to when the required work will be started or completed. This is, however, a project that is high on our agenda and something which we are most certainly prioritising. And as I said, it is also been part of our capital programme. It's been discussions in Cabinet and it's been discussions in scrutiny, I believe, too, but definitely in Cabinet. So can I thank you for those questions? Mayor, can I move on to the next items on the agenda, please?
Thank you for that marathon, Leader. Right, the next item is number 13, items declared emergency, important items. Yeah. And I understand the Mayor has, the Leader has to take this again.
Indeed, I do. Can I refer you to the urgent items which you've happily agreed to take here tonight? Agenda item 13.1 and 13.2. 13.1 is a reference from Cabinet to here tonight, and 13.2 is a reference from the Governance and Audit Committee of the 1st of March. Perhaps I'll just talk about the report itself. It's a proposed introduction of a non-Treasury service investment strategy, something which we've been thinking about for a while. The economic impact of the coronavirus is still emerging, and we've discussed some of that today. And across the Vale, we're seeing increased unemployment and increases in universal credit uptake. It's proposed that the Economic Regeneration and Growth Fund is developed to help to support the key recovery priorities, to take action to promote a green recovery and refocus the capital programme to support economic growth. That strategy was outlined in Appendix 1 to that report, and as I said, went to the Governance and Audit Committee. The proposed Economic Regeneration and Growth Fund would consist of a £12 million investment fund over 3 years, focused on developing property and infrastructure in the Vale Glamorgan. It is proposed that the initial tranche of funding for the scheme is taken from the Economic Regeneration and Growth Fund Reserve, with £2.2 million earmarked for the scheme. Of this sum, £2 million would be available for investment opportunities, and the odd £200,000 earmarked for the feasibility and due diligence costs and the initial costs associated with the with specialist non-Treasury investment advice. Additional funding could be accessed for investment opportunities that are selected by the committee via a further £10 million of public works loan boards borrowing. So, and basically the key investment funds are to deliver economic growth, tackle inequality, improve our environment, and create a change in the areas to benefit all residents, businesses, and visitors. Examples of that could be included in the investment opportunities are things a part of the fund as shown in the report anyway. So so basically the council is proposing, and as recommended by Cabinet, that a strategic project board is established, which is similar to the boards we currently have for other functions, and it comprises of officers and members, and initially assess the opportunities, and that the two-stage approach is adopted to progress the investment proposals. And again, the details of this approach is set out in the strategy in Appendix 1. So the authority proposes the Strategic and Economic Regeneration Growth Fund is to support services-driven rather than service-driven rather than primary profit-seeking objectives. So it's there for service-driven projects. It's important that the authority considers adopting suitable measures to assess the financial performance of these investments and to confirm that the service and delivery objectives are complied with and that these indicators are regularly reported to senior leadership and members. And indeed, what the recommendations are, as what they would be, is the board would meet, it would take to consideration. Clearly, it would report to cabinet. It would have scrutiny involvement, but also council involvement, particularly if there were financial involvements and projects need to go forward. So the recommendations were that the strategy, investment strategy at Appendix 1 be approved, that it goes to the Governance and Audit Committee, and I'll come back to that because it did, that the Cabinet recommended the proposed 22-23 to 24-25 non-Treasury service investment strategy be approved, and that the Strategic Investment and Growth Project Board is established to start to support the implementation and operation of the Economic Regeneration and Growth Fund. And one of the things we did ask was there any comments from the Governance and Audit Committee referred directly to Council so that we could still deal with this tonight. And indeed, the Governance and Audit Committee did meet, and that's at Supplementary Report 13.2. Two of the things that were asked was things like, for example, is this over democratic or over bureaucratic? Personally, I don't think it is. It's not a bureaucratic process. It is one which we are used to using. We have boards for other facilities, and they report back on a regular basis. There was also a question of whether or not why it's now important and why we hadn't done it before. And quite frankly, one of the reasons we haven't done it before is because of the pandemic and the officer time taken to do this. But clearly is something which we want to go forward. And clearly the other thing is, if anybody attended that seminar in terms of the financial treasury management, it was this was picked up in that seminar. And clearly it was advised that this was a very good way forward. It has a strategic approach which is focused and particularly focused on the areas within the strategy. And basically, I accept the comments that came from the Audit Committee. I don't think it's bureaucratic. It should have been done before. Yes, it probably should have done. But we are where we are, as the old expression goes. If I was traveling to somewhere, I wouldn't start from here. But quite clearly, it's something which I think we need to do, and this is a way forward. It is the beginning of the journey, not the end. And there will be strategic reports coming forward in the future, and I implore you to accept it as another one of the boards we can move forward with for the future, which clearly will have an effect on the next tranche of councillors and the next term of office for this council. So can I formally move the recommendations that we do go forward, we approve it, and we go forward with the board? Thank you.
And formally second, Mayor.
Councillor Andrew Robertson wish to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't want to appear like a complete thicko, but exactly how is this going to benefit the residents in the Vale? How exactly does it work? And could you give us like a really simplified example of how this process is going to work? I'm sorry, I know it's late and I know nobody wants to talk, but I find this, is it more bureaucratic? Is it too bureaucratic? Is it actually going to be a great assistance to the residents of the Vale? Could you just explain a little bit more in layman's terms how this is actually going to benefit our residents? Thank you.
Yeah, indeed, I will try. As I said, the key drivers is to deliver economic growth, to tackle the inequalities, to improve the environment. But there are things like, for example, one of the things we need to do is develop our town centres, and one of the things that we intend to do, and in fact, one of the things that we've already progressed is the regeneration of Barry. Particularly around the civic offices, and hopefully we can do work. And indeed, work has gone on with the UHW in order for us to work for that. We talk about, so it's crucial, particularly as we look to Project Zero, to have things so that anything you need is within 10 or 20 minutes of where you are. It talks about the regeneration. We need to talk about things like new jobs and retention of jobs within the county. One of the things that will be coming forward is the plans of the levelling up funds, for example. Now, if we can access that money, then we can move forward in order to progress developments of some of the wasteland, for example, in the dockland, because one of the things we used to have was a lot of employment, but we don't have much employment now. So economic regeneration, the growth of the economy, the creation of new jobs, but also, maybe if we think there's market failure going on, we can perhaps inject some capital in terms of that. We can do things like having improve the tourism within Barry Island. One of the things, we've done a lot there, but there's a lot to be done. Looking at things like renewable energy resources, that sort of stuff. So, and also the use of our land, our buildings, our environment, and actually try to meet those projects that we currently have. But this is again one of the reasons why we needed to review the way that we managed everything. And this is a way forward of going forward, of using some investment money, and obviously hoping that we can get money to come forward from the private sector and not just only rely on the public sector. I don't know if that answers your question, but it is an embryonic proposal, and there will be reports coming from it in relation to the proposed strategy and the economic growth and investment within our town and towns across the Vale. I don't know if that helps, but I think it's one way of moving forward.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, that is helpful. But I just sorry, Chair. Could I just come back on that very briefly? I just would like to think that it's going to actually produce more than it actually costs.
And indeed that would be a function, and indeed that was one of the functions that we talked about when we talked about what you didn't agree with, but never mind, was the new directors and the director of police, for example. We would expect them, and this would be a prime example of where they would be working in order to ensure that we do have investment within our borough, our county, and that we can. If necessary, and I don't know whether or not this is the case, but it's my feeling only, it's not within the strategy, but things like seed funding, for example, to encourage people to come forward. So this is an embryonic board. It's something we need to go forward, but unless we do something, then clearly we'll stagnate, and we can't afford to do that.
Johnson, you wish to come in on this?
Thank you, Leader, for the report. As you say, this has been this has come forward fairly rapidly and is still in embryonic form. It went to Cabinet last Monday. It went to Governance and Audit on Tuesday. It's here today. I think some of I'm supportive of this because, frankly, I don't think there's ever been a time I've been on this council that this wouldn't have been a good idea to have brought forward, and we've discussed this at in various scrutiny committees over the years, because essentially there's been very low borrowing costs for the last decade, and you have the opportunity here to make investments with a beneficial social return of whatever format on there, such as the various areas that are under discussion. I do think it's good to have a wider democratic base, so inclusion of groups from across the council and not just the council leadership. That means that all voices and hopefully all areas of the Vale will be taken into consideration. I look forward to seeing how it operates once it's brought in, and try to understand whether that use of £2 million to leverage greater funding sort of is the appropriate amount, or whether it should be more, what the aims should be. But these things will find their feet as they take their time. The only thing that does concern me is and I am trying to understand that sort of this sudden rapid rush into starting it in time for the new financial year, because it does feel that something that could have been brought forward and discussed in more detail. And I hope I'm not being cynical in it being rushed forward before the pre-election period. I hope that it's genuinely a that we're not going to have a lot of press releases about how we're going to have X amount of additional funding available, because that funding really could have been available for years. And I look back at the way that we came out of the last recession and the need for for investment in these things, and that could have been done then, because if you have good serviceable interest payments, then that debt can be used more beneficially by us expending a little bit and leveraging a lot more money than it can be by sitting in our accounts. And it feels ironic to be right at the end of a 4-hour meeting discussing this thing, which is something I think that most of us can get behind, because it's an investment and we can see how it operates and how it works. When we've had so many discussions over the years about actually, sort of my feeling, which I know is disagreed both by some councillors, that we've not been profitably using our reserves in a beneficial way. I appreciate we have used some of that in good ways, internal borrowing, etc., and we've had discussions in Treasury, in corporate forms of resources, and in Governance and Audit Committee. But this is actually something that I can be enthusiastic about, because I can see where that money is going to be raised from, where it's going to be spent, and how it's going to benefit my constituents, which I think was the question that Councillor Robertson was asking. Well, I can see that as investment in our town centres and in things that will have a real impact on people. So I think this is a good idea, and hopefully it'll be well run, well supported, and show its return on investment over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Councillor Driscoll, you wish to comment?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I must first say I fully support this idea. I do recall bringing up something very similar about 4 years ago at scrutiny, mentioning a couple of councils around the country that have been doing this and heavily invested in property. I do think, with hindsight, they probably wouldn't have done it. I think one springs to mind is a council called Stonehouse that borrowed nearly £1 billion buying up shopping centres and have come unstuck badly. But no, I do support it. But I think your remark about a director of place was a bit uncalled for, Leader. I don't think you need to pay someone £140,000 a year to do this, and I would have voted against him if you hadn't brought this up. But anyway, let's go to bed now. Good night, all.
Very much, Councillor Driscoll. Councillor Burnett.
Could I just say I didn't reserve my right to speak, but I think some clarification is required, if that's allowed, Mayor.
Certainly.
A couple of things is that this has been thought about for quite a while. It might not have escaped some people that we actually weren't in power for 2 years. Councillor Driscoll's group was at the time when he was supposedly suggesting such a proposal. There's also been 2 years of a pandemic in between. It has been an ambition. It's an ambition that does fit alongside the development of or the appointment of a director of place, because one thing that you might want to think about is, firstly, as I mentioned earlier, funding available does not necessarily match our strategic priorities. So we need to be able to fund those so that we can put together a complete regeneration package. And just to give you an example, what we were doing, well, back in 2016, was putting together the proposals for Big Fresh. And if you look at Big Fresh, it was an initiative that was formed out of our catering services making a £350,000 loss. An awful lot of local authorities would have privatised the catering services at that time, but we didn't. And we took it forward, and with a little bit of a hiatus in the middle, it was launched just before the pandemic. In its first year or 15 months of operation, it returned a surplus, and I use that word advisedly, a surplus rather than a profit, a surplus that was reinvested into our schools and our young people. Now, I would be expecting any director of place to be delivering equally that scale in terms of outcomes for this council. But I also would say that for anybody who's, particularly anybody that's in business, you know full well that you have to, when you're accounting for somebody's costs, you add the on costs onto it. You can basically chop a third off it. So please don't go over inflating costs in terms of appointing a director of place. It's been bandied around as if, you know, there's multi-million pounds going. No, it's not. And I would like to be seeing what that individual, whoever they are, is delivering within 2 years. And I think that we'll have quite a bargain.
Yeah, if there's no other comments, can I formally ask that we either accept it or otherwise? I think everybody's generally accepted it, and we move forward.
There are no other comments, Leader, so I assume that this is accepted.
Good, thank you very much.
And I have nothing on part 2, and therefore I formally close the meeting. Good night, and thank you.
Thank you for your forbearance.
Everybody.
Night, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Good night.
Night all.